Ready? Call the meeting to order, the Planning Commission. Roll call.
Commissioner Donaldson,
Here.
Commissioner Gunkel,
Here.
Commissioner Keller,
Here.
Commissioner Coomerly,
Here.
Commissioner Tan,
Here.
Vice Chair Moss,
Present.
and Chair Cardoza.
Here.
All 7 commissioners are present.
Stand and pledge allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Do we have any public comment for items not on the agenda?
Good evening, Commissioners. I hope you've had the opportunity to take advantage of the video links that I'm sending out about these meetings. I'm actually going back and capturing all the Planning Commission meetings of the past, and separating them by subject. So I think you're going to find that a very interesting resource. And then as of today, I just got myself a video camera and a tripod, and I will be out in the community. Anybody has an issue in the city, call me. I'll be happy to come out and video record it and put it up there. So I think that's very exciting. And I guess tomorrow is going to be the first thing. Cafe Aquarius is being forced out of business because the landlord is raising their rent by 25%. He doesn't want to go out of business, and he's having an event tomorrow night at 5 o'clock from 5 to 7 where the community can come out and show support for him, and I hope that you guys can make it, and I hope I can capture you on video because we don't want to lose Cafe Aquarius. He's a great guy. He's been there a long time. He works earnestly. You really don't make that much money in that business. He doesn't have high-end products, and he's been serving the community for a long time, and I'd like to see you come out and show your support. Thank you.
What time is that event?
It's from 5 to 7 tomorrow night. Thank you.
Next item, action recap.
Thank
Have any comments?
you. You have before you the action recap from your last meeting on October 24th.
I'll move approval.
I have to abstain because I had the flu, so.
I'd second.
I was only here for part of it. I don't know if I need to recuse myself.
No, you were recused on one of the items.
Yeah.
That's okay. So that was moved by Vice Chair Moss and seconded by Commissioner Keller. Is that without exception?
Yes.
And with Commissioner
abstain.
Donaldson abstaining, yes.
Next item is Director's Report.
Okay, so concerning the City Council's actions since your last meeting, they've had 3 meetings since you last met, and those council meetings were on November 5th, November 19th, and December 3rd. On November 5th, the council held a study session to establish policies and priorities for the upcoming capital improvement program. After the capital improvement program is developed, it will be brought back to the commission sometime early, or I should say it will be brought to the commission sometime early next year for a finding of consistency with the general plan, which is required by state law. Also on November 5th, the council introduced 2 ordinances amending the Emeryville Municipal Code to adopt the 2013 Building Code with local amendments. One of the ordinances amended the building regulations and the other amended the fire code. The local amendments pertain to administrative procedures and fire sprinkler requirements. Both ordinances were passed on the consent calendar on November 19th and will take effect on January 1st. There were no other items of particular planning interest on November 19th. On December 3rd, the council held a study session on the proposed Sherwin-Williams PUD. They heard from many speakers and they made a number of comments. They were generally supportive of the concept of reorganizing the site plan to put the buildings along the railroad and the open space in the middle, which of course will require a land swap with the city. The applicants are now considering their options and hope to file a formal application sometime in the next few months. Following that study session, the council held another special meeting at which Councilmember Jack Asher was elected mayor and Councilmember Ruth Atkin was elected vice mayor, and they both took the oath of office, and then Mayor Asher presided over the remainder of the meeting. At the regular meeting, the council passed a resolution declaring it to be the policy of the city that any project requiring planning approvals from either the commission or council shall be subject to the traffic impact fee, housing linkage fee, park fee, and government facilities fee, provided that these fees are enacted prior to the issuance of a building permit for such a project. This will preclude an applicant from attempting to avoid these fees, for example, by filing a vesting tentative map, which is a kind of a subdivision map. However, this situation already pretty much applies in most circumstances, so it's really not a change from the current situation for most types of projects. We just want to make sure that these fees, which we are currently working on but have not been enacted yet, will apply to projects that you may approve in the future, even before the fees are enacted. And finally, the council held a lengthy discussion about the Emeryville with much public comment, mostly from Watergate residents, but also from others from the community, concerning the need for continued Emeryville service and possible funding mechanisms for future Emeryville service. And other than this report on the City Council's recent meetings, I have no further announcements. So that concludes my report, and I'd be happy to respond to any questions you may have.
I have a question. So that fee, the change in fees you were talking about, is that something that it all came out of the? I noticed in the development agreement for the transit center that there was a requirement that they pay all current fees. I was wondering if that was sort of related, if that was something that came out of that.
No,
that effort at all?
not
No?
particularly.
Okay.
It came to light because we had heard that someone was planning to file a vesting tentative map.
Okay.
We wanted to make sure that we could capture all the fees that we can after
Okay.
they're adopted.
Fair enough. And then I have one other question related to the comment that we got. Are the videos of planning commission meetings hosted on the city's website in the archive?
No, those are not on the city website.
Okay. Is there a reason for that, or?
It's just a staffing and I wouldn't call it a technical issue. It's we could do it. We don't use the same system that the city council uses. It's called Granicus. And you may notice the city clerk is over here frantically entering stuff into her computer all throughout a city council meeting.
Yeah.
That's in order to get those videos posted up on the website. We don't use that same system for the planning commission, although we could take the DVDs and put them up. We have talked about doing that.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I guess I would give a comment that if the videos are going to be on the internet anyway, it'd be nice to have them hosted on the city's website. I think it'd be a little more official.
And I'd have to agree with that, because after our last meeting, I went back to look at to try to find how we voted or directed staff on something, and I couldn't find anything. So even if they weren't posted on the website, if we could find them on YouTube or find a way to get to them to the website, I don't know that it has to be posted like the city council is, but I kind of was looking for some reference on what we had talked about, and I couldn't find it in any other place, and I couldn't find the videos, so it would be helpful.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions?
Next item on the agenda is 3 study sessions, the first of which is 6701 Shell Mound Street Residential Development.
Good evening, Chair Cardoza and the Commission. This is our first study session today. It's on 6701 Shellmount Street. It's also known locally or in the planning department as the Nady site. So this site is on the north side of our town, at the border of Berkeley, and it's on the west. It's west of the railroad tracks. So the visual image is right here. So there are existing two buildings that are owned by Mr. Nady, and these will be demolished to accommodate the plan developed by Avalon Bay, the applicants here. So this is the site plan to get you oriented. Shell Mount is on the bottom. I'm sorry, the Shell Mount Street is on the side right here. And then you have the freeway. This is towards the west. So it is a 260-unit project on a little over a 2-acre site. And it on the ground floor, you have, it's basically a residential structure or a podium. On the ground floor, facing Shellmount Street, is not parking garage, but it's fronted by the residential lobby right here. And there are some commercial space as well as places for a fitness room. And I will talk a little bit more about those uses a little later. In terms of how you access the site, so here's the entry to the garage. We have a couple of loading zones that are required by regulations. And then you have green areas along the perimeter. There's a dog run right here, a small 1,200 square feet of green park area that they're calling it. And then, as I'll show you in the floor plans, there's also a roof garden on the roof. So here's a circulation plan. As you can see, the yellow is the vehicular access, and the podium access is 2 ways, right here and here. This is the second floor plan. Again, as you can see, all the units are along Shellmount Street, so that you don't see a parking garage along the street frontage. The numbers that you see indicate the number of bedrooms. This is the third floor plan. As you can see, it is on the podium. It's a double-loaded kind of a development. And again, the numbers indicate the number of bedrooms. And floor plans between 4th to 7th floors are pretty much similar. And you can see how the 1 units and the 2-bedroom units are sited along the podium. As you can see, all the 3-bedroom units do face the podium. This is the last floor, and this is to indicate the roof gardens that's here indicated in green. In terms of the unit mix summary, we have a smaller, relatively compared to some different projects in town, smaller number of studios. The bulk of the project is 1 and 2 bedrooms. As you can see, 42% are 1 bedrooms and 44% are 2 bedrooms, and you have 12 3-bedroom units. The sizes of the units, each type of units are slightly larger than what we have typically seen in the past, and you can kind of see what the different unit square footages are. This is the sections. The first one goes east to west, and I didn't mention there are 2 levels of parking, and there might be a partial basement level of parking as well. Okay, starting to think. All right. These are the elevations. The applicant has kind of worked more on the elevations, so I'm going to leave it to him to describe a little bit more in detail what the different materials are, since this is sort of a work in progress. And this is the rendering of the Shellmount Street frontage. And again, the applicant will go into more details in terms of different materials and what their design intent here is. In terms of conformity to land use policies, this does lie in the MUR, or the mixed use with residential zoning district, and the proposed uses of multi-unit residential is allowed by right. And they're also proposing about 3,000 square foot of commercial space on the ground floor fronting Shellmount Street. The parcel size is between 1 and 5 acres, about 2.2 acres, and our regulations say that if a parcel size is between 1 and 5 acres, we need a mix of uses. And if a mix of uses is not possible, then a single use is permitted, Single use is provided if the Planning Commission is convinced and can make the finding that a mix of uses on this site is not feasible. And to this extent, if I can get this to work back. Excuse me. Yeah, there you go. Right. So going back to the mix of uses, this is a question that will be asked of the commission. They are proposing 3,000 square foot of commercial space on the ground floor. They're also proposing some sort of amenity about the same area, about 5,000 square feet. So they do have areas designated which are non-residential in nature. However, given the location of the site, they are apprehensive in terms of whether they can really get any kind of retail or commercial spaces that can be loaned out. So to that extent, there is a possibility that you can consider what they're proposing as a single use with a small commercial space, and then make the finding that, if you can make the finding that a mix of uses is not feasible at this location. In terms of FAR, what is allowed is 4.0 by right, and which can be increased to 6 with a bonus. And what they are proposing is 3.5, which is allowed by right. What they do need bonus points is for residential density, and the residential density is. I need to get this fixed. Pardon me for this. I'm not sure what the problem is here. I think it's frozen. All right. Okay. So I think our slide is missing. In terms of residential density, I believe it is a little bit more than what is allowed by right. I don't have the numbers in my head, but what it calculates to is that it does require 43 bonus points for the residential density, but their FAR, as well as their height, is within what is allowed by right. In terms of parking,
Excuse me, Miru?
Yes.
I have the numbers here.
okay.
100 units per acre is allowed by right. 135 is the maximum with a bonus. They're proposing 115 units to the acre.
Right.
So that requires 43 bonus points.
Bonus points. Going back to parking, in terms of the total parking that calculates for this project, mainly for residential, and then we also account for the commercial space, is 391. What they're proposing is 338. So they are proposing parking which is below what is the required minimum by our regulations. This is permitted with a conditional use permit, and the findings that you need to make in order to allow this parking is whether if the TDM measures are put in place to reduce the parking demand, and whether the reduction of parking spaces will not result in parking impacts on the adjacent uses. To this extent, the applicant is in the process of preparing parking surveys for projects similar to this size and in the surrounding neighborhood, and that would give us an idea of what the actual parking demand is, and which would help you to be able to make this finding that the reduction of parking spaces is not going to create impacts. Bike parking, they do provide a little bit more than what is required by our regulations. It's for residential, it is 16 short-term and 260 long-term, and for commercial, it's 2 and 2. What they're proposing is 365 spaces within a secured garage and more than 17 spaces for short-term spaces. And if I can go back to the site plan, I forgot to show you that the bike parking within the garage is located in this hatched area. So all this is bike parking. And in terms of secured garage, this is the division of the parking garage. This would be an area where visitors and tenant and visitors to the residents, as well as potential visitors to the tenant spaces, they would be parking here, and the parking for bike is also provided at this point here.
Can I ask a question about the parking real quick?
Mm-hmm.
So is there a requirement for guest parking?
For bike?
No, just for car guest parking.
Yes.
So that's separate from the parking required for the residential units.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. So 65 are guest parking that are required, and 323 is what is required by. So that is, the other thing is the open space. We now have requirements, as you know, for private open spaces as well as common open spaces. And for this project of this size, what this calculates to is about 10,400 square feet of private open space, which means essentially in terms of balconies or patios for within each unit. And the common space that is required is a little over 5,000 square feet. What they are proposing comes to 17,200 square feet of common open space. And that is counted by counting the podium area, the area of the roof garden, as well as the dog run along the perimeter, as well as the park fronting, a small park fronting Shell Mound Street. They have not yet figured out in terms of private open space, how many units are going to have a balcony, so this is something that will need to be worked out as they move forward with their application. In terms of the staff comments that were made on this project, I think that staff is also feeling a certain amount of fatigue in terms of having these podium-style multicolored stucco buildings, and that was also basically the main feedback that most staff members had, that there was nothing different or exciting or of architectural interest in this project as such. There was a comment made regarding what would be the appropriate non-commercial uses at this location, and some of the suggestions that were thrown out was community non-profit centers, perhaps outdoor recreational type uses, which would link with the park north of the site in Berkeley, perhaps some kind of incubator office space for the surrounding technical schools, such as the Expression College, which is adjacent to the site. Staff also felt that the siting of open spaces seemed as an afterthought, especially on the ground floor, and more work needed to be done in terms of how these open spaces would be used, both at the podium level, for which we don't have a landscape plan at this point, as well as along the perimeter. Another idea that was thrown out there in terms, and this came from the fire department, since the project is still working out some of the fire access issues. So one idea that was thrown is that fire access could potentially be considered via a 20-foot lane that would connect the Shell Mound Street and go along the western property line. So it would go along the western property line facing the freeway. And this could also function as a bike and pedestrian path, since the fire now allows the fire lane to be constructed of what is called grasscrete, so it doesn't look like like a regular asphalt fire lane, but it would look like a grassy path which they could use, and which could eventually connect to connect to 65th Street along in future. And what this would do, it would take away a portion of the bike and ped trail away from Shell Mound Street, which is sort of a busy stretch of Shell Mound Street. So what it would happen is, starting from Shell Mound Street along the western perimeter, you have a 20-foot fire lane, and that in the future can be connected along the Expression Colleges and then the Federal Building, which fronts 65th Street. So that was an idea that was thrown out there. We have not explored this, and it's something that we could consider in the future.
So that would be going down between the buildings and the freeway?
Yes, so let me see if I can show that to you. So if you see this, so what would happen is, let's see, this is Shell Mound Street. So the fire lane would go along the perimeter right here, and in the future, this could be extended. You can't quite see, but it could be extended down here and connect to 64th Street, 65th Street. So that's the idea. So what it would do, it would solve their fire lane issues, since because it goes from Shell Mound to Shell Mound along the perimeter. It will not need a roundabout. It will circle the property and would kind of save space in terms of how the fire lane is accessed, and at the same time, if in the future, if there's an opportunity, it can be extended and used as a bike and ped lane down to 65th Street. So what it would do, it would take away, bikes and peds from this side of Shell Mound. And then eventually they will need to come back to Shell Mound, but it was an idea that was floated.
So Maru, you're saying to circle the property, so it would come up from the freeway east to Shell Mound between the new building and Expressions?
Yes.
Okay, there's space there for that. And there's
Right,
no road
so
there.
in theory, if we cannot make the connection right down to 65th story, you can still come along the new building, go into the Expression, because they have a parking garage. It's a little convoluted, as it would be.
So you're not
right
actually
now.
circling the building, but you're going beyond the building and through
yes, in the-
Expressions parking lot?
Right,
Okay.
right. But not for them in the future. That would be a possibility. So we're not saying that they need to make that connection, yeah. So the applicant also held a community meeting on the 21st. About 5 to 7 residents were present, including Council Mayor Davis, as well as Commissioners Gunkel and Keller were present. It was acknowledged that the location was not suitable for retail uses and recreation-related uses, and uses related to Expression College was seen as some possibilities. It was also suggested that the site was being underutilized and that it could accommodate a taller building and take advantage of potential views. There was also a discussion on design and the need to move away from multicolored stucco buildings. In terms of issues to be considered, what I mentioned earlier, it's the mix of uses. The regulations, as I mentioned, require a mix of uses since the site is about over 2 acres. However, the regulations do not outline the proportion of the mix. So the current proportion is 260 units and 3,000 square feet of commercial space. So the staff is requesting to the commission to give us comment on whether you are okay with the proposed mix of use groups, or whether you can make the finding that the mix of uses at this site is not feasible and that a single use, and that would be the residential use, is okay. So we need some direction in that, in terms of the mix of uses. Unit mix, this is a standard question that we ask the commission on every residential project, whether you like the mix of the studios, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, and the 3 bedrooms. As I had mentioned, they do provide parking, which is less than what our regulations outline, and so we need direction whether the commission is okay with the proposed parking, and whether the findings which I had mentioned regarding TDM and the fact that there are measures or evidence to show that it will not create a parking impact to adjacent uses, whether those findings can be made or not. As I had mentioned, they do need 43 bonus points, so we seek a direction in terms of what preferences for the bonus categories you have on this site. Also, any direction on the open space, the proposed common open spaces in terms of its location and purpose would be appreciated. Staff has hired Urban Planning Partners. It's an environmental firm to conduct the environmental review for this project. In terms of permits, the project needs a conditional use permit for the density, parking, and also potentially for the mix of uses, and design review for new construction. So in terms of recommendation, we are seeking direction in these 5 to 6 areas that I just mentioned. So that concludes my presentation. The applicant does have a presentation as well. So I'm here for questions now and, of course, later.
Does anybody have any questions from the room?
I guess I have a question or sort of a request. I think that later, in order to give you feedback on possible amenities in order to grant bonuses, that I would like to somehow see the list of
Okay.
potential things again, because
The
since we don't
potential
have it.
categories?
Yeah,
Okay.
so if you could somehow put that up there or get us a copy of it or something.
Yeah, I can, that can be done. I can make a overhead copy for that. All right. So,
I was actually just wondering, usually for study session packages, I mean, should we be getting actual floor plans of the building as well as, color elevations of all the elevations of the building?
our standard policy has been that we allow the applicant to give as detailed plans or as they want. And we tell them that the more details you give at the study session, the more feedback you will get from the commission. So we leave it to them really with the encouragement to give as much details as possible. So something of this nature, it is preliminary. I mean, there are a number of things which are missing, as you indicated, other than the flow plans, which have not been worked out, but also things like stormwaters and detailed landscape plan. But a lot of times, the applicant is interested in getting some kind of feedback from the commission in the general direction of the project, the mix of uses, the general massing, the number of unit counts, the size of the units. So they want some feedback and direction on those broad parameters. And then they go away and come back. And depending on the project and depending on, how, when they do make an application, if the staff feels that there have been substantial changes, we have often come back with a second study session. So there's no, hard and fast rule that you have one study session and then the next one is going to be for approval. It really depends from project to project.
Thanks.
Yeah, I just would echo that sentiment that I did find I totally appreciate that it's the applicant's, right and ability to put anything they want before us, but I did, and there are times where we want to see things very preliminarily, but I did find the plans not the meatiest, so I think it will be a little bit more challenging to give robust comments.
I mean, like I said, if the commission can give us direction on that, if you want to see a certain level of plans at study sessions, then you're welcome to tell us that, and we'll relay that to the applicants. I mean, this is kind of like a policy for the commission. Because you have seen, those of you who have been here for a while, you've seen a variety in terms of the kind of plans that you see at the study session. So something for you to think about and give us direction.
As a minimum requirement, what we expect to see at a minimum.
For a study session, and, there is requirements for the application, when it comes for an approval. So we are pretty clear on that, but
Or
for the
just
study
an
session.
understanding that a second study session might be required if a set of plans is preliminary enough.
That's what I would
Yeah.
say, yes. Because I understand that you don't want to go down a pathway that isn't
Right.
possible.
Right.
And at the same time, if there aren't enough details, we would need another study session. So I'm not sure where that would fall out.
Right. And, and that's something that, staff kind of makes a judgment call as well, whether, depending on how they're responding, how they have responded to commission's first comments, that's one thing. The other possibility is always the case that if there is only one study session, and then when it comes for a decision and you feel that certain details are not there, you can continue the item. There is no, I'm not putting a gun on your head when I come here asking for a decision. It can.
That
can
was
always
sort
be.
of my point. It was just
Right.
that it doesn't really matter to me, but I just want the applicant to understand their risks.
Right. Okay. So are we ready for the applicant's presentation?
Yes. Would the applicant please come forward?
Hi, Jeff White with Avalon Bay. I just want to make a quick introduction as to who Avalon Bay is, and then I'll turn it over to our architect, who will walk you through more of the details and maybe a little more enhanced presentation than what you have
The
in your
microphone up
package.
to your mouth.
Oh,
There you go.
okay. All right. So just a quick comment on Avalon Bay. We are a public company, and we build exclusively multifamily apartments in the Northeast, Mid-Atlantic, and West Coast. That portfolio currently is about 275 communities and 82,000 apartments. So from that experience, we are very scientific about how we go about things, including floor plans. So you'll have plenty of opportunity to look at the floor plans and study those. But here in the Bay Area, we're under construction with projects in Berkeley, just the next exit up off of University, 2 in San Francisco, 1 in Dublin, and 1 in San Jose. So very active here in San Francisco, Bay Area. So that's the introduction to Avalon Bay, and I'll let our architect, Mr. Fry, present the project.
Good evening. My name's Clay Fry. I'm with MBH Architects. I'm the principal in charge of the multifamily housing studio. Backing into some of the questions, we have submitted, and is on the screen, the various bonus point chart. We can obviously make this available, and it can be forwarded on to you. It's a menu of options to achieve the 43. Your comment's well placed about the diagrammatic nature of the plans. There's a lot of moving parts to this site. It's an extremely difficult site. It's triangular. It's captured by a Caltrans off-ramp. It's got a railroad track across the street. It creates a myriad of challenges to attempt to design a project that's worthy of the town it sits in, the tenants, and the client, and the budget. Obviously, you've pointed out some concerns, and we view this process as a collaborative process, even at this level. Feedback and comments are critical to help move the project to where it needs to go. The staff has been extremely helpful to us getting it this far. We actually had long conversations about how detailed of plans we wanted to dive into before we got some of the bigger issues on the table and addressed. And we fully understand that sometimes you have 2 sessions, sometimes you have 2 council sessions. It's an outcome of the give and take between the parties. We've also submitted what we believe is the conformity design guidelines chart. This is working with Maru and Charlie to try and identify what governs, what doesn't govern, what controls the project, and we've been trying to design to those guidelines and work with your staff to hit the goals of the various stakeholders. I thought Maru did a rather nice job walking through the fundamentals of the project. Again, it's a triangular site, and it's curving, which creates a very interesting edge along the freeway off-ramp. There's an existing low-rise building next to it, and then there's the shell mound elevation. For those of you who've viewed these sites from the air, you know that the street grid rotates compared to the buildings, or the buildings rotate against the street grid. They jump off of orthogonal. The buildings become diagonal out a couple blocks. There's a detailed chart that gives you square footages, unit counts, et cetera, in your packet. There, we did what we just simply call massing aerials. For those of us that are old enough to have played with the really small all-white Legos, it's basically stacking up the Lego blocks so that you sort of understand the mass in the diagram. It's not trying to chase an aesthetic or an architecture, but it gives you an idea of scale. And we paint them white so they're easily seen. There's one view looking south and one view looking north, and kind of how it sits within there. We do site photographs so that we understand, kind of where it is. The interesting constraints, obviously the railroad track and the off-ramp. Looking back the other way, we produce these because at this stage, before we do renderings, we like to just give a massing, the idea of sort of the scale of the building as you would view it from south on 80, south on Shell Mound, north on Shell Mound, north on 80. And we do these so that the project team and the stakeholders, which includes you, can say, please render this up or please adjust this angle. We don't assume that any angle is more important than another. So we've presented these to the planning staff and now to you, so you can say, this will tell you a lot more than a flat elevation. Again, it's a massing diagram, and depending where the architecture goes, then we render them so you can fully understand it in 3 dimensions. We take the same massing model and we run the shadow studies. So you have those in your packet that shows the impacts of the height of the building and how the shadows are cast in the various times of the year and times of the day. The fundamental site diagram, the building does curve, the site does curve, and it is triangular. And the buildings become orthogonal to this property line, but not parallel to the street, approximately a block back. And a serrated edge solution, which is rather than just a simple sleek curve. We've worked with landscape rather extensively, and Jeffrey Miller will present his philosophy to create the equivalent of pocket parks or pocket plazas or spill out spaces rather than have the building come directly to the street edge and touch the sidewalk. It's something that goes on in Emeryville. You do have these moments in various places throughout town. You don't have the Bay Street model in a lot of locations where the building simply comes down and hits the sidewalk. So there's a series of pocket parks on the edges. So the comment that it seems to be found, it's created this way on purpose to create found moments. We believe it makes for an interesting building edge as well. Maru went through the circulation plan, so I won't go through that again. There is the possibility of the basement, and that's a function of whether the traffic study pans out that you do or don't need to make the finding with the parking count. You all, I'm sure, are familiar, we're having a hazardous materials report done, which may, what we find in the soil will also have an effect on that and how to mitigate that. We had a very, I thought a very good conversation with bicycle and pedestrian group. And they commented on exactly where the bike parking should be done and how the floor plan should be detailed, so that we get the bicycle parking and the entrance to the retail and the entrance to the housing project and the little plazas and the bike parking in front. And we have all of those notes, and so we're going to assemble those with all of your comments, and then we'll sit as a team and revise the plan to reflect both their comments and your comments to the greatest extent we're able. We didn't jump forward and simply put theirs in, because sometimes you get things that are conflicting. But I thought it was a very productive session that helped us understand the goals of that group. The applicant has also made sure that we have an activated shell mound edge, which means, as Maru pointed out, there's the possibility of retail, there's the possibility of amenities, and there's units. The garage doesn't come to the major street, which is shell mound. It's a courtyard style building. It does have an opening in it so that you can actually walk the perimeter of the site, walk up the flight of stairs across the top of the podium, enter the podium, exit the podium, down the flight of stairs and around. So there's actually a complete pedestrian loop. We do have elevators to facilitate not the people that don't like to deal with stairs. We have an elevator out at this location and an elevator out at this location that can short circuit the exercise. The crux of the issue is that Emeryville seems to be tired of the architectural style that Mr. Lagaretta set in motion in very expensive materials, and the multifamily products that have ended up around town can't quite afford the same skins as he was able to do. But he has set a philosophy of simple mass and form that I've always admired. The execution of this project was an attempt to utilize materials that a rental product can afford to rent for and afford to build to deliver to society something that people can afford to rent. And we didn't simply use plaster. We have done projects with a variety of plaster finishes, which is, I think, what makes the use of plaster interesting. From a smooth Venetian plaster, which we've used at a World Wildlife Fund project up in Rohnert Park. We utilize the rain screen material, which is a wood-like material in certain locations. In this case, we're using it in the fins. We're using the Venetian plaster in the bay windows to signify entrance in important moments so that people get those visual cues. We have tried to arrange the massing so that the building itself functions a little bit as an artistic canvas of mass and form and shape and window. The base of the building, we're fortunate that we have a concrete parking garage, and so we like to use the concrete rather than build it and then skin it. I'm very fond of a board form concrete with the rough forms because it creates a very nice texture. It's very easy to take care of. It speaks to the industrial character of Emeryville, in my opinion. So we have a very durable retail base. We've spent quite a bit of time with Sudesh at his office working on the retail edges to make sure that we end up with a good base spacing and a good rhythm, so that if we're fortunate enough to get a tenant, or if it's inactivated, that it has the appearance of being a retail base. It speaks to the entrance to the residential, which is where we're using the Venetian plaster, the wood fin, and the aluminum bay windows. We did not use every single tool in our toolbox everywhere. It's been pointed out that maybe we didn't use enough of it, but that's part of the lyrical nature of architecture of this style, that you create the notes in locations so that your eye plays through the facade. Part of the study session process is to find, did we use enough notes, not enough notes? Is it the right colors? Is it not the right colors? And so that's just like we want feedback on the parking, we want that same feedback. If it's a, so, and then we have the black and white versions and the color versions. And if you obviously pointed out in the plans that we have a diagrammatic set of overall plans. If the elevations need to modify dramatically through this conversation, what we've done is we have a kit of parts of plans, and I'll get to those in a minute, that we can move behind the skin. This is the sample of materials that we've used, or proposing. And this is the rain screen, aluminum panels, painted steel awnings down at this end, and the railings. Different types of plaster, different finishes of plaster, board form concrete. We do have detailed unit plans. These are the unit plans. So if you looked at a S in the plan, this would be the floor plan for the studio. I believe those are in the packet. This would be the floor plan for the one bedroom. You can see that the studios potentially don't have a deck. The one bedrooms potentially do. Avalon Bay doesn't blanket the project with decks. They selectively use decks as architectural features, and units that would want decks. For example, against the railroad tracks, you have an acoustic issue. You might not want units with decks along that edge. They have 2-bedroom units. They have 3-bedroom units. The square footage is a gross number. So once you get to a rentable number, it changes slightly. I'm happy to stop and answer questions about architecture. I also have the landscape architect, Jeffrey Miller, here to sort of walk you through the concept of the landscape plan. So I can either stop and we can do architecture, or I can let him go on and we can do the other.
Well, I have a question.
Of course.
Architectural question. This is an extremely noisy location, freeway and railroad.
Yep.
And I was in the new Ambassador low-income housing project, which is right on the freeway, and I was astounded how quiet it was inside. Are you going to be able to achieve that sort of?
I was at Jack London Square last night presenting a project right on the Embarcadero. I have 2 projects that are going to be right against the railroad, and I've designed one other that's directly against it. The California Uniform Building Code requires a minimum indoor noise level that the building has to comply with. So that's a combination of double-pane windows, film on windows, wall construction. It can be achieved in wood frame or metal stud or concrete. This project is currently proposed as a wood frame building, and we've done those, and that's how it's done. You need to be sensitive where and how you spot your decks, just because they simply won't be used because it'll be too loud. So you've adopted, as you heard earlier, that building code, and so that building code will, if implemented and built, it will get done that way. So it should be fine if you keep the windows closed. If you open your window, you take your chances.
So there will be an air circulation system, which the ambassador has.
Yeah, when you are required to acoustically rate windows, which you have to do at the perimeter, you need to deal with the fresh air a different way, because lawsuits have proven that if you don't do that, you will be in trouble. That's a very old way to do the air system. You can't use the window.
Does this site plan show this fire road?
I believe that's kind of a new, what we're working with is the fire department on, they have a rule that you have to have a fire hose, you have to be able to pull a fire hose from either a hydrant or a truck 150 feet. They, upon their discretion, can increase that to 200 feet. This site is over 400 feet deep, so we're talking about how to deal with this edge. I think the proposal, Maru, correct me if I'm wrong, is potentially a grasscrete road that comes around like this and stops. And then if the project, and then it could continue on to the neighboring project, or did you say they wanted it to double back across the face?
Ideally, it would connect, it'll keep going down south and connect to 65th Street.
So we would,
You would not do anything. You would just
we would
stop
just
there.
go from there to there.
Well, the
And then,
fire,
of course, yeah, and then it'll
fire
come
trucks
out.
need to be able to get out, though.
Yeah, that's why it was confusing to me when you said it.
Yes, so it would come back to
So they want it
Shoreline.
all the way down here and all the way down there.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Got it.
So you don't have, so it doesn't need a turnaround.
They want a ring road.
Yeah.
But the windows would be operable, all of the unit
Yes.
windows.
Yeah.
So even though there is mechanical ventilation, they would be operable.
Yes.
Okay, and so you're just anticipating mitigating noise through.
Having done several of these, and actually I used to be a forensic architect, so I used to be on the other side. The windows are operable because you want to make them operable, but you must, by code, provide fresh air. And if you can't use the window because it's part of the acoustical assembly, you need to find a different way to do the fresh air. And there's a variety of different ways to do that.
I mean,
Every
the noise
project.
level is incredible. We have the window open, but heavy traffic constantly.
Some people, I mean, I spoke to the gentleman that lived in this project, The Bond, which is directly adjacent. I mean, it's right on the railroad tracks down in Embarcadero. They understand it's a train, but they have the window open, they sit on their deck, they watch the train go by. Some people don't do that.
Like at the terraces?
And the reason for including relatively few decks is related to noise as well?
If you blanket a building in decks, in our opinion, it takes on a certain aesthetic, and our client shares that aesthetic, that decks everywhere is not necessary. Some people want them, some people don't. Decks directly, potentially against the building right next to it probably wouldn't be the best place for decks. Decks with views of the bay and the water and the aquatic park. Looking back across the railroad tracks, I think we have a few, but we don't have them everywhere. It's like studios. You put them selectively where they best take advantage of views, and that's how this particular team does them.
And there are none in the courtyard area?
Yes, they would be in the courtyard as well. And the courtyard's not required to be acoustically treated because it's an enclosed environment. The sound can't get there. So those use their windows for fresh air.
I would note that under the new planning regulations, there is an open space requirement, which I believe is 40 square feet of private open space per unit, which can be in the form of decks or patios, and 20 square feet of common open space. If a unit doesn't have private open space, then they can substitute more common open space at a ratio of 2 to 1. So that would be 80 square feet of common open space plus the 20 square feet they have to provide anyway, or 100 square feet per unit. And I believe they have taken that into consideration in designing the common open space for the project.
We understand that any shortfall in common not complying with that sort of backs you into the quantity of decks, and then you selectively place them where they take best advantage of the site. So That's right now where you have more common than is required, and so that's the surplus. But that's, you know, if every single unit needs to have a deck, that's something we need to hear.
Any further questions?
Landscape? Jeffrey?
Hello. Hi, I'm Jeffrey Miller. So I'll take you through the plan. If we're going along Shell Mound at the bottom of the plan on your bottom right, there's an entry drive. There'd be a paver system bringing you in. It's going to be a curbless street. The sidewalk bringing you to the entry doors that are on the south side of the building is separated from the drive by a planting area. The area along Expressions College, which is a big concrete wall, we're thinking would be a good location for bamboo. There could be possibly some other planting features that are closer out toward the street, because people coming off the freeway and then coming down will see the corner of that building pretty clearly. You can see along Shell Mound, we've got a continuous line of new street trees. That presently the sidewalk is right up against the curb, the back of the curb line. We intend to have a planting zone, a pretty significant planting zone separating the pedestrians from the street. As Clay mentioned, we're kind of working with a kind of series of courtyards along Shell Mound that create places for bicycles to park, places to enter the building, kind of breaking down the scale of the street and the kind of pavement that would potentially be there, or a continuous landscape that would be there. There is a continuous loop around the project. We do see that potentially there are quite a few people with dogs that will live in this complex, so we want to give them a way to exercise their dogs. It's kind of a narrow passage along the freeway off-ramp area there. The building's kind of pressing in a little bit, but that's what we have at this point. And we're aware that stormwater will be an issue, and how to deal with that will be part of what we'll be coming back to you with. The darker squares or rectangles are kind of indicative of areas that will be needed for stormwater treatment from the podium level. We expect that the podium design, when we come back, will have infiltration planters, flow-through planters as a part of that scheme, because we'll be taking water from the roof of the building. So let me go to the next one. This is an elevation, the top, the entry drive elevation. You could see the pedestrians on the right. They're coming in a separated walk. The main entry drive that comes into the loading area of the building. We're talking about how to treat that wall of the building, possibly a green screen on that wall to make that feel more like a kind of garden, continuous garden entry. In the Shell Mound Street section, one thing I forgot to mention in the plan previously is we're proposing a new crosswalk that would connect the project into the more active parts of the community. So this is showing you the new sidewalk, the separation, the new street trees, and the areas of use adjacent to the building that'll be separated by landscape features. We think paving is an important part of the project, so we'll work actively to design a kind of graphic pavement system around the building. We know there's toxic soils in the area, so we probably won't be using permeable pavers. We will have bike racks and green walls and crosswalks and some of the things that you're seeing there. The plant palette will be varied. We do like the use of possibly ginkgo trees along the street. They do handle urban pollution pretty well, and it's a very kind of active site with the freeway being close by, and we think they'll be of interest. There are kind of north-facing walls, a lot of north-facing parts of the project, kind of northwest, but we see that there will be shady parts of the project, so we'll be using some shade-tolerant plants. We have included in the list plant materials that are appropriate for stormwater management. And as we go forward, this list will get expanded. And I know from previous conversations with this board that everybody's pretty tired of seeing stormwater management plants everywhere. But we do have to manage the stormwater, so we will be using some of those plants on the site. If you want me to go back to the plan, maybe if you had some questions about this.
Will you be maintaining this landscape strip belongs to Caltrans? Is that?
The landscape strip that's beyond the fence is Caltrans property, so I don't think Avalon's ready to take that on. I do know they're interested in kind of helping them prune those trees. There's eucalyptus trees, and there's a lot of things that are dropping off of those trees onto the property, which is a kind of another criteria of what plant material we'll use along that edge. We need to grow the kinds of plants that will be appropriate for that sort of soil condition. But I don't think they're taking on a permanent maintenance of that area between the off-ramp and the fence line.
I don't even know if Caltrans would let you do it.
Yeah. I think they'd like to, but I mean.
Where is the dog park located, or the dog run located exactly?
It's basically all the way around the project. So it's a walk. You come upstairs here onto the podium, come around, there's steps down, and come around and all the way around. So it's a circular system.
So there's not a section of it that's fenced off separately?
No, for your free dog running area, there's not so far.
Okay.
Is there a landscape plan for the courtyard?
We've started to work on a landscape plan for the courtyard. We assume it's going to have units that will be facing the courtyard. We'll have some sort of private spaces, and then there'll be community amenities within the courtyard itself for active use with the whole community. We're kind of discussing with the team what those elements should be, what the amenity level ought to be, and I think by the time you see us next time, we'll have a plan for you to look at.
And the crosswalk, is that just going to be a striped crosswalk, or is there going to be some other traffic control measures there? Because I just see how cars can kind of whip around.
Yeah, the cars are kind of whipping around up here and coming down Shell Mound. So at this point, we were showing a crosswalk. If there were other things that needed to be done there, I think they should be considered for sure. You know, where there's a lighted crosswalk, where there's some sort of flashing lights or something like that. But we think this is actually an important tie into the community because of the marketplaces a few blocks away, and walking down Shell Mound isn't the most pleasant experience. It's a lot of industrial buildings, and so we think getting into the neighborhood more quickly is probably a better idea. So that's what the notion of this crosswalk is.
I think I'd have to take argument with that, because that crosswalk goes right across the Coulter Forge and Steel, and there's no sidewalks on that whole street. We're coming down, you have sidewalks all the way
down this way.
Expressions, and then you're going to enter the residential area and the public market. So I think this crosswalk, though important, I don't think people are going to be using it that much, because you have to go a whole long city block before you get to Hollis Street and you find anything there. That's going to be part of the comments I'm going to make is the whole area that this project is in. So we'll hold off on that. But I had a question on, if you go one more slide up.
Forward?
Yeah, the sidewalk shown there on the bottom, how wide is that?
I think it's 8 feet wide.
8 feet, okay.
Yeah.
It's a little hard to read, and it's a little blurry.
Yeah, it was 8.6.
8.6.
Looks like 8.6.
Yeah.
And Miru, I can't remember, you said that if there was a fire trail that had to fire access road. Was that 20 feet? Is that
Yeah,
correct?
Yeah, yeah.
So would that fit in the plan
That
at this
doesn't fit
point?
in
I
here.
don't believe it would.
That doesn't fit in there.
And
Yeah.
the building goes right to the property line. on
Yeah,
the
I mean,
south.
you can see it's pretty
It's-
tight in
you've
here.
got like
This is like
5-foot clearance
a
there.
5-foot path here, so it's coming
That
pretty
would
tight.
basically just be all
Access road.
access road.
Well, it would require the kind of transformation of this building edge here to open up space between the property line and the building.
Your courtyard.
Okay.
So there's those enormous eucalyptus that do need trimming, and some of them are in bad shape, but there's some that look like they would kind of scale the building, and they're right on the property line, and I imagine that the construction would potentially do those in, wouldn't they?
Anything that's right on the property line clearly would be endangered by the construction. A lot of the trees are really further out in the middle of this area here. And I agree with you that they really do scale it. I mean, as much as people don't love eucalyptus trees, they're kind of nice big trees right now, so I think they help the building. Yeah.
So all of the area that's being counted as common open space is the courtyards in the front, the sky deck, roof deck garden, and all of that area along the northern side that's including the path and the stormwater planters and
Yes.
the little notches?
Yeah. You know, we've had some conversations about kind of raised bed garden plot areas for residents in this area. It's a kind of south facing. We'll get a lot of nice light. So that will be probably one of the key areas. You know, there are.
Okay, so the sidewalk.
It's a big podium, but you could see from the shade studies that there's some
It's a
challenges.
big, deep podium.
There's challenges in
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
And considering so for the sun deck area there, and considering the noise level in that, 'cause that's not really usable space.
It's where the best view is, but, you know, it's kind of like what Clay said, if you don't mind the train going by.
That ain't the
You know.
train.
that ain't
That's the
train,
cars.
right, Yeah,
The freeway.
Yeah.
I mean, it's on the 7th floor.
yeah.
Okay.
You know, the question is, if it was, say, over on the other side of the building, and you
Might
had
be
the
more acceptable.
views to the hills, that might be a better location for it. I don't.
If there's further discussion about the fire wanting access all around the building is completely changing. then.
I love it.
It's built right against the
Yeah.
property line.
Cars are just noise.
Maybe I should have the architects address that now.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. Don't go away. Just some background on this fire. We've been talking about this project with the fire department since July. What you have presented is what we've worked out with the fire department, but have not gotten approval. So what we're hoping to do very shortly, because we want to move the project forward, is to close the loop with the fire department regarding the access. But the plan you have today is what we have been talking with them about since July. And we have submitted an alternative design application in September, a formal application, for which we have not received a formal response. So that's where the fire department stands. This discussion about a circular road, I wouldn't, my suggestion is that's not on the table right now. What we're talking about with the fire department is what we presented tonight.
Do you want anything more out of me right now?
Have any further questions?
No.
Okay, thank you.
We'll open the meeting to the public. Is there anyone who wishes to speak on this proposal?
Hi, Rob Arias, 10-year Emeryville resident and Park Avenue District Committee member, and I also write the Evil Eye News blog. I just wanted to run some numbers by you that I'm sure you're probably already aware of. 66% of Emeryville is rentals, and every single major project happening in Emeryville right now is slated for rental. So I don't know what that's going to do the percentage, but it could easily go beyond 75%. I don't know, do the math. Moz, Sherwin-Williams, Parkside, now Avalon Bay. So I keep hearing Emeryville wants to be family friendly, but families want to root, you know, they want to invest in their city. They don't want to live in apartments for the rest of their life. So I feel like this is contradictive of that objective. So if it was up to me, I'd ask Nady to sell to somebody who wanted to create condominiums and attract people that want to live in Emeryville, you know, for a longer duration than the 3 years they're probably going to live at Avalon. Probably not going to happen, but we've got to get something out of it. We absolutely have to get something out of this for our community. We don't want any more Subways or Starbucks. And we want to guarantee from them that that's not going to happen. And we want road improvements for that park. It's the worst that I've ever seen. If you're familiar with that road, I mean, you can't ride a bike there. You can barely walk there without twisting your ankle. It's horrible. And they've done business in Berkeley, so they should be able to hopefully grease the wheels there. We absolutely have to get something out of this project. Thank you.
Good, thanks.
Any further comment? Close the public meeting and let's discuss it.
Well, I guess just looking at the design and walking around the area right there, this really is sort of an industrial area meeting a park area. And the design just in general felt a bit out of place. I know our design parameters try to encourage volumetric art, you know, kind of volumetric articulation, but I felt like it was a bit over-articulated volume-wise, and didn't really pay homage or reference the buildings in the area. It seemed like this was really a site that calls more for something kind of a factory or a factory turned inside out approach. And this design is akin to a lot that I see in more kind of suburban, new urbanist cores, like Pleasanton and so forth. So just like to see it adjusted to kind of pay more reference to Emeryville. Is there a way we could pull a site plan up or something along those lines instead of a blank screen? Sorry.
Can you do a split screen?
I suppose we probably could do that. Where did that go? Was it down?
Just in general, site-wise, I felt like it would benefit if the courtyard was more open towards. Is that 65th right there? Or no, this is 67th. 67th. Yeah, I think it's 7th, right? Yeah. Yes. So if the courtyard, you know, if you could, instead of the sun deck being in the back, you know, pulling a deck or a breezeway from the courtyard to the front of the building towards 67th Street, so that people on, you know, obviously we know what 67th Street's like right now, but it's only a matter of time till that will change too. You've got Prize Fighter up the street. You've got, you know, a lot of opportunities, and so opening up to 67th Street through that front facade, articulating the main entry better. Right now it's in plane with everything else, and maybe popping that out or pulling that in. And then a lot of what I saw was just, I mean, obviously without being able to see where balconies are intended to go, it just, you know, I felt like the double-loaded corridor scheme without seeing where balconies are just felt very insular. And so I'd like to see the balconies. I'd like to see where they're intended. I'd like to see balconies deep enough that they're, and with doors located on them in a way that they're useful, especially in the courtyard area. I think they're less important obviously along the freeway. And they could be nice on the east side as well, but I think the courtyard's key, and having some kind of way to take that double-loaded corridor and also expose that to the courtyard at some locations, whether that's popping through and becoming an exit balcony at some places, or at least, there's corners where it's shown, but it almost meets the courtyard, but never does. And so opening that up can bring in a lot of natural light. I'd like to see that coordinated with the elevator lobbies in a way that the lobbies could even have sort of a lounge area that with windows that face the courtyard where, at certain key spots along the corridor, so it really sort of connects those to the courtyard who don't even have houses or units facing the courtyard. And then let's see here. Let's see what some of my other ones. Yeah, the pedestrian crossing across Shell Mound, I feel like actually having the blinking lights that you can press the button to get across would be really valuable, because just trying to get across there was like a death trap. And I mean, I agree, some people are going to want to walk along Shell Mound, but there's also, I think, going to be a lot more happening just over on Hollis near 67th as well, so being able to connect over there. As far as the commercial space goes, I mean, I frankly, I might be the one who, others might disagree with me, but I'd be happy to get rid of it for this project. And actually, I don't feel like it's going to be much use. I think you're going to end up with a really compromised space, use. And I would love to see more ground level units with actual, I mean, that corner right there, I mean, you do have the street and cars zipping around, but you also have aquatic park right down the street. And so ground level units with some porches or, something like that could really make that corner nice. I think it's going to really, a lot's going to make or break this project based on the landscaping, the courtyard in particular, and really like to see the courtyard utilized in a way that'll engage people, barbecues, kids play area, maybe even a hot tub and a gazebo or something like that really gets people out there. I immediately I was wondering, when I first saw the site, I was wondering how fire was going to access the rear of the building, and so I just have a hard time imagining you're not going to need a EVA along the north and west sides of the property. And I've used Grasscrete on EVAs with meandering paths through it, and it's great. Basically can feel like a bike path, and I think that, and then even looking at if you've got that along that side, treating it like an amenity instead of something that's been forced, is there a way to drop the units down so that there's a room and a balcony or a porch facing that EVA, which would then really be more of like a landscaped kind of long kind of garden pathway. Yeah, I think those were my main comments. Yeah.
Thanks. So I'll touch on some things that I don't think you've talked about, so as to minimize being repetitive. With regard to the mix of uses, I felt that given the location of the project, that the mix of the uses with the residential and proposed recreational for the tenants and potentially some incubator spaces for the Expression College next door, I felt that would be adequate in terms of it complying with a mixed-use category. As far as the unit mix and the sizes, I felt that the sizes of the units I felt were adequate. I did notice that the studios and the one-bedrooms were roughly the same size, so I'm not really sure why there's, why there aren't more one-bedrooms versus studios, because they're almost roughly the same size. I felt that the 2 and 3 bedroom units, not knowing much about how they're laid out, I would like to have more information on that. But in terms of the square footage size, I thought that they were fairly generous the way that they're shown now, and I think that it also leaves the applicant the opportunity to maybe take advantage of bonus points by providing some family-friendly housing for those larger units because of the size. It's an opportunity to do that and perhaps explore the option of having not just rentals but some ownership opportunities. And I like what you described in terms of maybe bringing some of the units down to the street where there's porches and just ways to engage. So for the open space, I was really curious because there were quite a few sheets included on this shadow study. And I really looked at that closely, and it seemed to me that the courtyard, to a large degree, is very shady. I'm not sure if everyone else noticed that, and that's not something I typically look for. I'm not a landscape architect. I usually don't look at that, but that one caught my attention, and it seemed to me that I was looking to, well, maybe opening the courtyard to the west, actually, and you'd mentioned to the east, which I like that idea as well. But in general, just allowing a way to allow more light into that courtyard, because that's something that I'm not seeing based upon the shadow study. And then that kind of brings me to just the massing of the project in general. It seemed very, very blocky and just kind of monolithic. I mean, if there were a way to open up the courtyard and have separate buildings, have ways to see through the project at the different sides of the project. Right now, it seems like it's very, enclosed like this. So, and I think that makes it probably appear to be less a part of the community, which what I'm hearing, at least in the public comment, is that's more of what we want to see. Let's see, was there anything else? As far as the materials, I think that that's been made quite clear. I did notice that the materials that were more of the durable type, the concrete, the metal, I thought that was a positive thing, but obviously there's an issue with the sort of the stucco and the multicolor that needs to be looked at again. And in terms of the bonus points, my preference would be to see, you achieve those through either providing family-friendly housing, through ownership, and public improvements. I think that's all I have.
Well, the things that I like about the project, I do like the cladding, the parking at the bottom, and trying to activate Shellmound Street. I think that the unit mix is decent as far as having larger 3-bedroom and 2-bedroom units. I thought that was good. Whoops, we lost our picture here. But I would love to see it with a smaller footprint, more open, because I don't think that the open spaces are really working. The interior courtyard is shaded almost all the time. The interior facades of some of those units are going to be shaded most of the time. I don't see that aside from walking around the building, I don't see that space on the northern side is going to be very usable. It's going to be shaded. It's going to be next to a freeway off-ramp. If it's screened from the freeway off-ramp, it's going to be screened by a fence or something that closes you in even more. I don't see that putting any porches or anything on that side is going to work very well, just because the environment there is not going to be attractive to be outside in. So something that would make it, I wouldn't mind seeing it more slender, taller, and just having more light and air around it, because I do get the feeling that this is a great, big, hulking, dark thing, and it's at a gateway to our community. It's a place where a lot of people enter Emeryville. It's the edge of Emeryville. It's the first thing that a lot of people are going to be seeing coming from the northern side, and having something that looks more attractive and is a little bit more distinctive would be really nice. As I said, I think those eucalyptus trees on the property line, some of them are shabby, but some of them are kind of magnificent. They're huge, and if those have to be lost, that'll be a shame. I think that a real important connection, rather than connecting to the east up 67th Street, is improving the connection towards Aquatic Park, especially if the open space is going to be courtyards, podiums, and things like that, to be able to facilitate people getting up to Aquatic Park, which is a wonderful place and a wonderful open space, would be really nice. The park, it seems like the kind of incubator uses that have been talked about that relate to the businesses like Expressions and some of the other tech businesses along that corridor would be workable, but I don't see any kind of retail uses or that kind of mix of uses happening. What else do I have? I would echo the comments about the materials, that some of the more durable metal and concrete materials seem like they're appropriate, especially in the context of this being next to the industrial area, but the colored stucco blocks and the repetitive nature of those things just is not working so well for this site. And that's my comments for the moment.
Well, I agree with most of the comments we've heard so far. I am concerned of the fact we haven't seen the floor plan layout, so we really don't know what's going on there. As far as making it a condominium, that really hasn't worked as far as attracting families. Pacific Park Plaza and Watergate have less than 50% owner occupants. We have a number of other buildings that have condominium maps on them that could be converted at any time. But there doesn't seem to be a market for it. And it would be nice to have more ownership, but there aren't people that want to own them and live in them. So to me, that doesn't work. I agree about the massing is a little too tight. I do like the staggered facade on the freeway off-ramp. I think that breaks up the mass very nicely, but something's going to have to be done to open that courtyard. And I think it would be preferable if it could open to the south. But as it is now, there's just one little passage at one floor level that opens out, and that doesn't mean anything.
Okay, all right, so if you allow me to get on my soapbox for 30 seconds, I would be amiss if I didn't say something, which is that ultimately I think this is not a good site for housing. If you look at the data on health impacts this close to a freeway, it's really quite alarming. So, I, in my heart of hearts, believe that we should not be exposing people to such great risk. That said, the general plan identifies this use is being allowed in this location, so I will accept that. And I will get off my soapbox, but I do want to stay on the topic of uses. As far as the commercial space, that use, I do think it has marginal viability. I appreciate that was acknowledged at the community meeting. Acknowledging it, however, is not something we get to do. So we have to make a finding that it's not feasible. And in order to do that, we legally need data in order to do that. So, I'm going to make a confession. I love data. So anyway, I would just ask that you back that up somehow. If I don't get to ask this very often, but if you were to show us your pro forma and a truly independent analysis of it, and it said that was not feasible to do that, I think we could accept that, or some other some other analysis. I mean, from my perspective, it's mostly infeasible from an economic standpoint. So I don't see anything about the site that makes it, inadequate for commercial, other than the market doesn't accept that. So, anyway, so moving on. Let's see. Fire access. So I have a question for the staff. So the fire department, if the fire department requires, says they need, a road or whatever access to wherever on the site, is that it? I mean, what are we required to do? What if we don't like the way that translates into building design?
When I mentioned the 20-foot fire road along the perimeter, that was simply a suggestion. They're not requiring the applicant to do that. But as they are showing, I mean, like Jeff mentioned, as proposed, the building cannot be built with the fire's approval. They need to provide some, like as well as Commissioner Gunkel was mentioning, this is not fire code compliant at the moment, and the applicant is working with the fire department to come with a solution, and that 20-foot perimeter road was simply a suggestion that was thrown out by George Warren at the DCC meeting.
Okay,
because that would have a lot of implications on the building size. Obviously.
So if I understand correctly, we're just trying to get to fire code compliant at this point.
They have to do the fire code compliance.
Yeah. Okay. So that said, I would really like to see, and I think I'll move on to public open space next because these sort of overlap a little bit. But that said, I would really like to see solutions that got you to compliance with the fire code that gave us a little bit of extra value, as well. So if those spaces could be genuinely used for other things, or maybe there are some innovative ways to provide fire access where you don't need to provide these wide corridors. Maybe we can do other things, hydrants in other locations or whatever. But if we're going to have to provide corridors for fire access, I would really like to see them be designed in a quality way that they were usable for other purposes. So that brings me to public open space. I agree wholeheartedly with everything Commissioner Donaldson said. I don't think the public open space on the site is very well designed or located, or I forget what I was going to say, but I really would like to see it consolidated more. I mean, I don't mean to pick on you or call you out, but it really, I mean, let's call a spade a spade. It really appears, looking at this site plan, like the building was designed and the areas that were left over were called the public open space. So I really would like to see that designed in a thoughtful way that really made it more usable. So if it could be consolidated and put on Shell Mound as a public plaza, or even located on the what is that, the south side of the site, might be an option. The area adjacent to the freeway is just really not a good area for public open space. It is, I think, as Commissioner Donaldson pointed out, it's noisy, it's in shade. There's just a lot of reasons to not have it there. It's just not going to be usable. And so moving on to private open space, I would like to see more balconies. I get that every unit doesn't need a balcony, but by my calculation, I counted just what you happen to be showing on the elevations right now, and I think I counted about 20 balconies, which is less than 10% of the units. I think probably more than 10% of the residents want balconies, and I really understand that it's a challenge along the freeway side, because those are definitely going to be less desirable and less utilized balconies if they're utilized at all. But you do have opportunities for them on the Shell Mound Street side and on that remaining side, where they probably would be a lot more utilized. So I don't think the building needs to be peppered with them. I get what you're trying to add interest, but I think the way they are right now, there aren't really even enough of them to add interest. So I would really like to see them accomplish that goal. And then I had one other thing. Oh, it was just about architecture. I really would like to see more, just better quality of the exterior materials. Yeah, I think that's a big part of, I think, what is lacking from this design. I appreciate the analogy to Legorata, but you know, if Legorata had only ever designed Tustin Marketplace and Pershing Square, we probably wouldn't know his name. So, I think he's a good architect for other reasons, and so I would really like to see some higher quality exterior materials. And then just to finish, as far as the public benefits that we are being asked to look at in order to approve the bonuses, Maru was kind enough to pass out the list to us, and I just marked the ones that I think that I would like to see. Public open space being one. If there was any way for you to accommodate more than you're required to, I think that would be great. Sustainable design and alternative energy, I think, would also be great. It sounds like the transportation demand management type things might be, you might have to do for your parking reduction, so I don't think we would double count those, but those are all bike stations, electric vehicle charging stations, I think are all things that would be great to see. And then universal design was the other one that I marked. That concludes my comments.
So, thank you, Commissioner Moss, for getting on your soapbox, because that's just what I was going to say. I remember when we were making the general plan, this north end was a very difficult site for everyone to get consensus on as to what needed to be there, and we all sort of hoped and prayed for an iconic hotel that was above 100 feet, if I remember correctly, where people would be, would be able to have a closed air system and they would not be living there. That being said, and as it's a democratic process, here we are. And so, although I am very interested in having family-friendly housing in this city, I don't necessarily know that this is the space for it. I do believe that people will want to eventually possibly purchase this, and so I'm not sure if the market is there yet. And at the same time, I think I like the fact that there are 2 and 3 bedrooms, and I think that will go a long way. I'm not sure if we couldn't even have the mix is all right. I agree strongly with Commissioner Gunkel in that there's something about this space that needs to speak to the industrial nature and the sort of unique nature of where it is. And I like the idea of industrial turned inside out. So using higher quality materials, using steel, concrete, glass, possibly going up higher. I agree also with Commissioner Donaldson about where we need, and Tan, and probably all the commissioners, more light and air in this space, more permeability to make it more of attractive to the neighborhood and not to be so insular. The courtyard space is going to be dreary at best. It'll be in darkness at almost all times. And I also agree that the open space is basically an afterthought. I think that the western edge of the property needs to be basically forgotten about. I mean, it could be a fire road, and that's wonderful, and a bike path, but I do not think that that is a public amenity except as a get-through. It's not a space where anyone's going to want to hang out or spend time, and the same thing with the sun deck up on the west side. Maybe that could be moved. There will be good light coming from the south side, so maybe that opening needs to get bigger. And although it will bring in noise coming from the railroad tracks, I think that maybe with different spacing of things and possibly not all one giant building, the sound could be mitigated and have more open spaces in that. So maybe it's a grouping of buildings as opposed to one giant building. Let's see. Yeah, I think it just looks very new urban, but really it's just kind of really tall suburban look to it. And the fenestration's very regular and quite boring. It kind of looks like a motel. I hate to say it. So I would like to see something much better, of much better quality.
I guess I'm up. Well, and here I thought we were saving the worst for last, and you guys are all kind of agreeing with me. Having my husband been on the General Plan Steering Committee, I think since the beginning or very near the beginning, I know how hard the city worked to get a use of this property for something so much better than what we're showing here. I really have to question, like everyone else did, thank God, is an apartment complex really right for this? Because 67th Street and 66th Street in our new general plan is slated to be light industrial. I don't see that ever turning around to be housing or shopping. It's always going to be some kind of industrial. I don't think the storage place is going away anytime soon. I just would much rather see a mixed use on this site being offices and hotels. I don't know why Emeryville has a problem mixing uses within a building and every other city can do it. I'd like to see a 20-story building there, something that has a hotel on the bottom 10 and offices on the top, or maybe put apartments or condos on the top. I am very concerned, as our resident was, about our housing mix. Living in a condo and owning a place, this is why I'm on the Planning Commission, is I am a vested person in this community. And when people say that they're not selling, I talked to Bridgewater 2 weeks ago. They can't release those places fast enough. They have a 200-person waiting list to try to get, and the reason that they can't release them is they have to get the renters out. Every unit I see that goes for sale on the Greenway, which I've seen 3 in the past month, are gone before the end of the month. So I think that, yeah, we're not San Francisco, but I think people want to live here. And I think if we create the city that people want to live in, that we will get more tenants. But we're becoming a bedroom community to San Francisco, and that's really concerning me. And the other concern I have is, where is our job housing mix going? I live in this area. Right now, we have over 1,660 dwelling units in the North Bayfront. This project, if approved, would add nearly 2,000. We're looking at 1,920 housing units within North Bayfront. And it's like, we're losing our jobs housing mix. We are a city. We're not a Pleasanton. We're not Tracy. And I just don't feel that, I know what we're trying to do here is we're trying to build a stick project that doesn't have to go underground to build the supports. I know you don't want to go over 8 stories or 7 stories above the cement so you can stay in the stick, but you know, when San Francisco is selling properties in the tens of millions of dollars and they're tearing things down and they're building skyscrapers, I have here with me San Francisco Magazine, and they're talking about 150 development projects in San Francisco. We're too close, you know, to miss out on this. They have another 145 in the pipeline. I don't understand why we can't get some of this spillover, and I think it's because we're not looking for it. So maybe Avalon Bay, if they want to build stick buildings, isn't the right developer for this. But I know, if I understand, you guys do have some high rises. Put a high rise here. You know, let's find out what's in the soil. Let's find out what the real cost would be. I don't know what you're paying for the property, but some places in San Francisco, they're paying $98 million for just the property. You know, so I think we're selling ourselves short, and it's time we stop. That, you know, it's now time that, you know, the Sherwin-Williams site is very unique and very different. That should be low density, and we should be careful what we put there. This is a gateway. This is the entrance to our city. So, I mean, that being said, I could go on about what I like and what I don't like about the project. I agree with everything that council has said. I just don't think, I think your parking overflow, if you don't do the city recommended amount, I don't think your parking overflow is going to be a problem, because the curbs on the east side of the street are red. There's not a lot of parking on the other side. But I don't have a problem with lower parking, but take some of your bike parking and put in bike lockers. I have a bike locker. I bike every day, and having a locker is really, really important to me. And you're overparked on bikes, I think. I agree with everything everyone else has said, and you know by what I had sent in writing that I really don't appreciate the architectural design. I think it could be cleaner, it could be sleeker. I think Brad's comments, let's put a big, go look at the Emerytech building with those big glass windows that a Cliff Bar gets to enjoy every day. Do something like that if that's where you want to go with this. I think if this comes back in its form as it is, I can give you more comments on the project, but I really, I had some comments to make, but really I think I can't support an apartment complex of this style there at all.
I would just like to add on to that set of comments is I can see that it's a very difficult site for the type of project that you're proposing there, but it's also a really unique site. It's got views to the north that are never going to go away. It's got views to the Bay, the Golden Gate, San Francisco. It's right now taller than everything to the south of it pretty much, and it's got views in that direction. It's got views of the Berkeley Hills and everything else, and this project does not take advantage of any of that. And whether it was offices, condominium, hotel, or whatever, you have a real opportunity here to make something that looks great and that is really appreciated by the people that reside or work in it, because it really is a special spot. It's kind of a weird shape, but if you're not trying to cram a great big thing on the ground plane, you can do wonderful things on it.
Well, I think the fact that it's kind of a square circle is the problem. And if it was a cross instead, so that all the units looked outward, you could accomplish a lot of it.
I actually, I mean, if it is housing, I actually like the courtyard approach for multiple reasons. I think controlling the sound and sort of creating a safe space is key. Opening up correctly or as necessary is important. And then looking at that, and when Commissioner Tan was talking, I was thinking, well, if the north side gets taller and the south side gets shorter, to really start to kind of bring light into that courtyard and piercing it more, making it more open in the directions to definitely to the south and maybe to the east. I think the train noise is less offensive than the constant hum of the freeway in my mind. But views are great, and I think this has the opportunity to capture a lot of great views, but at the same time create a nice community with some safe kind of open space that is engaged by all the units, as many of the units as possible, and by the common areas. Something I think would be valuable.
Just wanted to make an additional comment in terms of, I didn't go over the bonus categories that I was interested in, and I did sort of go into the architecture and things that I liked and things that I didn't. And now that I heard Stephen's comments, that's really where my heart is that this project is not appropriate for the space. So I think I also agree that why can't we have a better mix of possibly some residential with more, say, office or hotel or all the above, boutique hotel, whatever it is. So as it stands, I don't think fiddling around with things is going to cut it for me. The bonus categories that I would be interested in for a better project would be sustainable design, would be renewable energy, would be using a recycled water system. And I think water, as we are in now a quite serious drought, is going to continue to be an issue, and we're going to need to address that.
Yeah, Commissioner Coomerly, you actually bring up, I think, a really valid point, which is that I hadn't really thought about it this way until now, but we're being sort of asked to evaluate whether this commercial space is feasible, and I think the consensus here was that it's not, but that doesn't mean there's a variety of other uses that could be accommodated into the project which might be feasible in this location, which the general plan allows and which would make it the mixed-use project that's envisioned by the general plan. So That is a really good point. I did also want to add my 2 cents to the discussion of ownership versus rental housing. That's a discussion that makes me very uneasy. It is, I appreciate the, I appreciate the difficulty of that discussion, and I appreciate the implications of that discussion, but I think it's largely a policy discussion that is really something for the city council to decide and to direct and to incorporate into the planning regulations for us to implement. You know, we're largely here to make decisions on land use and decisions on design, and it's not really a land use question. I mean, the land use is the same whether it's ownership or rental. It's multifamily residential is the general plan land use. So it's, you know, it's something that makes me very uneasy when we're asked to discriminate between ownership and rental units. Also, I just want to acknowledge that, you know, especially in the current economic climate, if we think that most people, you know, have the ability to own a unit, I think we're fooling ourselves. And I think it really is important to say that most families want to rent or want to own. Well, it might be true that they want to own, you know, there are also realities about what is feasible for people. And I think we do need to incorporate a mix of ownership and rental housing in the appropriate mix. And like I said, I feel that's a policy question for the council to decide.
Charlie, do we need any?
Well, I think you've certainly commented on all of the points that we asked about. So I think we have direction. Anything further, Miru? No? I think we're good.
Move on to the next item on
Thank
the
you.
agenda.
Thank you.
You want to take a break? Okay. Take a 5-minute break.
Okay.
Call meeting back to order. Next item on the agenda is Marketplace Redevelopment Project, Phase 1B.
And Chair, I need to recuse myself. I live within 500 feet of the project, so I will have to step down for this particular item.
Okay, so this is the Marketplace Redevelopment Project, the FTP Phase 1B. I believe only Commissioner Donaldson was present at the time when the Marketplace PUD was approved. Commissioner Cardozo, were you present in 2008? I can't quite remember.
Yes, I was on the commission.
Okay, so, all right, so how...
It's myself then.
Right. So the way we are going to divide the presentation is I'll talk about the PUD itself, get you familiar with what was approved and how this FTP is going to modify that. And the actual FTP, the individual buildings, that portion will be handled by the applicant. So there's no repetition and it doesn't go on for hours. So in terms of background, in August of 2008, the City Council approved the Marketplace Planned Unit Development slash PDP, which stands for Preliminary Development Plan. The project included removal of the surface parking lots to create a mix of uses that included 674 residential units, about 180,000 square feet of retail space, and 120,000 square feet of office. The project was to be built in phases over a period of 25 years, so the build-out would end in 25 years. In October of 2010, the Commission approved the first FTP for the first phase of the Marketplace PUD, and this was the 93-unit residential building, which is currently under construction at the corner of 64th and Christie. What we are looking at here is the FTP application for the next phase, and of course, this is a study session for that FTP application. So this FTP application modifies the approved PUD PDP in 3 ways. First, it changes the mix of uses, and the way it changes the mix of uses is shown on the table. So there is a marginal increase in residential units, about 61 units more than what was approved. The office, what was approved was 120,000 square feet. This is being eliminated, and the retail is also being reduced to the extent of about 100,000 square feet. The second way in which this FTP application modifies the approved PUD is that it reduces the time for total build-out from 25 years to about 5 to 7 years. And the third way is that it changes the sequence of construction or the phases. So I'll take you through the approved PUD, Marketplace PUD or PDP. So this is the phase 1 of that approval. And phase 1 consisted of, sort of 2 parts. This is the 64th and Christie, which is currently under construction. And the other portion of phase 1 was this building next to the railroad track. And this was a combination of parking, residential, and some retail along Shell Mound. What you see in blue is what was supposed to happen at the end of phase 2. I don't want to complicate too many things. There were 2 options within phase 2, but ultimately at the end of phase 2, this is what would happen. The Shell Mound would be relocated and realigned so that it creates a space for construction of this building, which is an office building with parking. Phase 2 also included sort of the construction of the 63rd Street. It also included removal of the UAE theaters and construction of a combination of residential, basically residential uses, and also the park, the expansion. There's an existing park, city park, and a part of this project included adding to that new park, and also a retail pad in the park itself. And the final phase would be this area that has been created as a result of the relocation of Shell Mound, and that this would be a residential building with some parking and with some retail, and as well as construction of 62nd Street, which is right here. So this is how the phasing was. This is what was approved in 2008. Sorry. How do I go back? So this is the revised PUD PDP. This is being triggered because of their FDP application. And so, like I said, the phase 1 of this is what is under construction, 64th and Christie, and that's 190 units. And this is the phase 1B, and this is what is in front of you. The FTP application is for this phase. So a number of things are happening here. There's a realignment of Shell Mound Street, as you can see. The construction of a parking garage, a 4-level parking garage with retail on the ground floor, and then construction of grocery store here and a small cafe or restaurant right here. In their phase 2, what they will be doing is constructing a building on this parking lot and making the connection with the bridge across the tracks. And this would be a residential building with some commercial. This phase would also include the park construction, which was at the same phase as the approved PUD. And in the final phase, you would have the UA theater being built up with a residential building, as well as a building right here, and this too would be a residential building. And we would have the 63rd Street built out at the end of phase 3. So essentially what is triggering the change of sequencing is the fact that the UA theaters, United Artists Theaters, have had the option of renewing their lease, and they have chosen not to do so. So that allows their demolition to occur now rather than later. And then what that creates is it creates a temporary parking area for the remaining buildings that are in the marketplace, as other surface parking lots are going to be seeing construction. So that is the main reason that is triggering this change in sequencing, and the fact that in terms of the project itself, it's a little bit smaller, it's a little bit shorter, and there's a change in mix. Mainly that office is now eliminated, and there's a slight reduction in retail or commercial space. So this is showing on the top, you have what was approved, and this would be, both these are at build out. So you can kind of see how the whole project per se looks like at the end. And this would occur 25 years from now, or a little less than 25, and this would occur about 5 to 7 years from now. So in terms of the current FTP application, so the way to look at FTP application is like it's a super design review. So first of all, you have to see whether it complies with the PUD, which is what I was trying to kind of explain. Does it conform to the original PUD? And it is not a straight compliance in 3 respects that I showed you. You know, there's a change in mix of uses, the duration of the build out is shorter, and the third thing is that, what was the third thing?
Phasing.
And the phasing is the sequencing of construction is different because of the UA theaters. So what, in terms of actual on the ground that they are asking for your permission, is this phase, which is the FTP for phase 1B. So what that would involve, it would involve demolition of the UA theaters and its replacement with a temporary parking lot. The second would be the relocation of Shell Mound Street to the west. then that will coincide with construction of the parking garage with ground floor retail along the railroad tracks, and then a 20,500 square feet of retail grocery store. I'm not sure whether the applicant is ready to declare today what this grocery store is, but we don't have that information. Our staff doesn't have that information at this point. And then a small restaurant, a 1,500 square foot restaurant next to the grocery store. I'm not going to go into great details in terms of various buildings. I'm going to let the applicant work through that section. But this is kind of gives you, in a nutshell, what the site would look like. And this is a north-south site section. So this is 63rd Street, and this is the new grocery store that they're proposing. This is the garage that I've mentioned, which is adjacent to the railroad tracks. And this would be the parking lot also adjacent to the railroad tracks, which currently has the pedestrian bridge over the tracks. So that sort of gives you an idea. And this would be the plaza in between. These are just quick renderings, and I think the applicant is going to go in further details of what the parking garage looks like with ground floor retail. So these are the storefront windows, and this is the shell mount elevation. And this is the grocery store and the restaurant elevations. So, and this is the main important thing that the commission needs to give direction in order for this project to move forward. In order to prove the FDP, you must make the finding that the proposed FDP substantially conforms to the PDP, or the Preliminary Development Plan. Staff believes that this finding can be made as changes result in development that is smaller in height and FAR, and the intent of the original approval was to replace the existing surface parking lots in the marketplace with buildings. Be it, and the buildings was a mix of housing, office, and retail. And this was to occur over the next 25 years. The revised proposal is to create, like I said, a smaller project, and with marginally more residential units, little less retail, but no new office, and also within the smaller time frame. You may recall the existing marketplace does have a tower where most of it is used for office other than the ground floor. In terms of DCC and staff comments, there was a concern regarding circulation around the grocery store. There was a concern regarding the site remediation and the possible resulting restrictions on development. And what this means here is that they are changing where the shell mount is going to be relocated. So that opens up an area for building site. So that area which was currently under the road, is that clean or not? So that is something that will need to be looked into, and that's a possibility that we are sort of letting the applicants know that if there is contamination found, then they would need to get approval from DTSC to ensure that any uses that are being proposed are okay. There was a concern regarding the design of the parking structure, and this is particularly the east elevation, the one that faces the railroad tracks. Staff's view is that the railroad tracks should not be treated as back of any building, and that side of buildings should also be articulated and thought given, and not be an afterthought like the facade in Bay Street, that faces the railroad tracks. BPAC was generally supportive of the project, but it was unanimous in the need to have some kind of buffered cycle lanes. What they're proposing right now are share lanes, and they will talk a little bit more about that in terms of how the new Shell Mount Street is going to get divided into sidewalk and travel lanes. They felt that the bicycle rack should be provided throughout the project area, and that all sidewalks, even if they are on private property, should function as public sidewalks. And this is easily achieved through easements that we would have as a conditions of approval. So the main issue to be considered is whether the commission finds that the proposal conforms with the original approved 2008 Marketplace PUD PDP. If the commission feels that it does not conform and that the original PUD PDP needs to be amended, then what will happen is that the applicant will go back and they will come again with an amendment to the original PUD PDP alongside with the FDP for the garage and the grocery store. And what this would do is that all PUDs and PDPs also have to go to the council. So any amendments to the PUD PDP has to go to the council, whereas the FDPs, the commission has the final decision over the FDPs. In terms of design, we request that you give us direction concerning the design of the grocery store, the parking garage, and their proposed streetscape and plaza improvements. Staff has hired Fair and Pierce to conduct a traffic report in order to assess that the Shellmount Street realignment works fine, because when the EIR was done for the PUD, they did look at the relocation and the realignment of Shellmount Street. However, the curvature has changed a little bit, so we wanted to make sure that a traffic engineer takes a look at it and makes sure that it will work and not create any issues. And also to look at the proposed parking and the circulation as well. Just to mention, the applicant has also submitted a traffic report, as they had to consult a traffic engineer as well in order to make sure that their design of the Shellmount Street does indeed work. And that was done by Kimley Horn, and Fair and Pierce will be doing a peer review of their study. So that concludes my presentation for now, and we request that the commission provide direction whether the project is in compliance with the approved PUD, PDP, as well as on design of the proposed buildings. So the applicant does have a presentation and will give you a detailed details regarding the actual buildings that they are hoping to construct.
Can I ask this is kind of the reverse or flip side of the procedural question I asked during the last project. On this project, I know it's an FDP that we're reviewing, but it's a revision to the PDP, and potentially, and a little bit. I feel like we're being asked to review which buildings go where and how the streets are laid out, at the same time as we're reviewing whether the garbage receptacles look up to par, because that's part of the package here. So just trying to figure out, are we reviewing everything in this package? Because there's a lot of information in this package, and some of it's very fine detailed information, whereas the bigger picture could be in flux. And so it's just trying to figure out how we're supposed to respond to this.
I would suggest that you look at the bigger picture first, because if you find that what they're proposing, and it does modify the original PUD PDP, and just because it modifies does not mean that it does not conform. There could be, it's a modification. So your finding is, do you think it is generally in conformance with the original PUD? If you feel that that is not happening, then we all go home, so to speak, and come back again. So that is a decision that you need to make, that are you comfortable in saying that the modifications that are resulting from the FDP to the PUD and PDP, if they are in generally compliance, then you go into and look at the design of the individual buildings, the landscaping, and and other details. And you don't have to, it is interesting. There are both study sessions, and the last one had fewer details, and this one apparently seems to be having a lot of details. It's just a result of how the developer team organizes their own team. So you're welcome to give me comments on, receptacles, but the idea is more on the bigger pictures. Because those little, compliance with, whether the trash works or not, it's something that hopefully you trust staff to take care of. But what we are looking for you is, even for the individual buildings, how is the design? Does that work? And the broader issues of whether the users, are you okay with that? Does that answer, sort of, maybe? No?
Maybe, yeah.
Miru, how much are we supposed to consider what they have put in here as full build-out? Are we just looking at Phase 1B as far as giving comments, or are we looking at some of the other details? Because there's some other elements that have changed.
Any elements that have changed the PUD and the PDP as a result of this FTP.
But the FTP is only for Phase 2B?
Yes,
so
the
we're not
FTP is
looking
only for Phase 1B. So if you have comments on buildings in Phase 2 or Phase 3, then this is not the time for those. But if you have
Well, they're really showing you two things, two separate things. One is their overall concept for the whole build-out of the PUD. And even if they weren't showing you the FDP for Phase 1B right now, we need your feedback on whether that overall concept for all the phases is consistent with the PUD. And if the answer to that is no, then you don't even need to bother to look at the FDP for Phase 1B right now. If the answer to that is yes, then we need feedback on the Phase 1B design. And as Miru said, the details of the other phases, you can certainly comment on those now, but those will be coming back to you in the future as future FDPs, and some of those details might be a little different. Although, if there's something you see there that you think would be helpful to tell them so that when they come back in the future with that FDP, that certainly would be helpful.
Maru, maybe I missed this in your presentation, but what were the specific comments or concerns about circulation related to the grocery store from the DSC? Is that the right acronym?
DCC, sorry.
DCC, yeah,
DCC.
sorry.
The comment was regarding the surface parking, whether that would work or not, whether the loading as the trucks come out onto Shell Mount, whether that would work, whether, let me just, I'm not sure I have. Yeah, I don't think I have the site plan for. So essentially, it's the loading of the trucks, the way they enter and exit on Shell Mount, and how people who are shopping and they want to park on the surface parking lots, whether that would work without any effort or not. And we didn't look too much into it since traffic study is being done, and then they will be looking at circulation to ensure that there are no issues, so.
Could you clarify for me, one difference that I'm seeing in this plan is that 63rd Street is becoming a private road instead of a public street, and 62nd is becoming a private road plaza instead of being a public street. What are the implications of that?
Well, I mean, 62nd Street, it's now a plaza. It used to be a road.
Right.
And so, but that plaza, the traffic would be able to, the vehicles would be able to cross that, but that plaza could be closed for special occasions. So that is the idea. So it would still function as a road where vehicles could go through, and of course pedestrians, but it would also give an opportunity for, in the future to hold events, social events. In terms of the 63rd Street being private, I mean, it's all private property. To that extent, it will be private, but we would be asking for a public access easement. So they would, in effect, 63rd Street would, in effect, function as a public street. So it would be kind of like the Bay Street, right? The Bay Street is, the Bay Street is public. It's owned by us. The sidewalk is private. Right?
So when you say it was a private street, you mean in the approved PDP? right? There's no existing street there, right?
Exactly, yeah.
And as well as with 63rd, right? Both of those, there's no existing public
Correct.
streets.
So they're all driveways and they're all private property.
Right.
And Shell Mountain is a public street, correct?
Yes,
There would be some sort of land swap
yes,
occurring?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, one thing, I believe that it's mentioned in the staff report, but one thing to be aware of is that ultimately when this FDP comes back to you for approval, your approval, assuming you choose to approve it, would need to be contingent upon future city council action to vacate the existing Showman Street right-of-way and accept a dedication of the new right-of-way, and also to, to have the land swap occur.
Are we ready for applicant's presentation?
Yes.
Oh, actually, I have one more question, sorry.
Yeah.
So if I understand this correctly, looking at the comparison, or looking at the table in the staff report, which highlights the approved PDP, in Phase 2A, which is the phase that we're looking at now, is that correct?
No, 1B is
1B is what we're looking at now. Okay, all right. So anyway, so in phase 2A, there was an option for office use and an option that was mostly residential with some commercial, right? So the only office that would have been required by the PDP is in Phase 2B. Is that right?
Right, there's only one office building.
Mayor, Mike.
The option 1 and 2 is more about when the UA theaters would go away. So if the way they conceived it, that if the UA theaters left first, then they would use that as a parking lot and build other things. So it really depended on the UA theaters lease.
So they were committing to building 120,000 square feet of office. The question was just where it was located.
Oh, when it would get built.
And when it would get built,
Yeah,
okay.
when it would get built.
Okay.
Yeah.
Commissioners, my name is Mark Steffen. I'm the president of City Center Retail Partners. We are an investment and development company headquartered in San Francisco. We specialize in the creation of mixed-use urban infill projects. We're very excited to be working with the commission and staff to build upon a process that started almost 10 years ago. And what we really are excited about is the opportunity we see to make the public market a true gathering place, a green living room, if you will, for the people of Emeryville and their family and friends. We think there's an opportunity here for us to create a real amenity, which would be a two-sided retail street that offers the residents an opportunity to grab high-quality food, to shop for unique retail offerings, and to just linger and hang out with their friends. What we want to create a real Main Street, one that works, not one that just does on plan, but actually works. We have experience in doing this, and we've given a lot of thought to what makes a viable gathering place. And there are a number of things that go into that. One of them is the mix, and we've talked about it, and we'll talk about it more, but it's a combination of the retail, the restaurant, the office uses, and the residential uses. Part of it is the density or the critical mass you need of retail and restaurant use. And then it comes down to traffic flow, ease of parking, being friendly to pedestrians and bike users, and then design, materials, landscaping. And we've taken all of this into consideration, and we think that we have a plan that we're going to present to you tonight that will meet those requirements, those crucial requirements, to make this a place that people will want to come, shop, eat, linger, hang out, and really be a place where the people of Emeryville can call their own. So right now, I'd like to have our architect, Aaron Ashley with Hart Howerton, come up and give you the details of the vision that we have for the public market.
Thanks, Mark. To your point, there's a lot in our package, and there's a lot to consider on a site that has a history in Emeryville and has a lot going on. So I'm hoping I can walk through it in a clear way for you pretty quickly, and feel free to stop and ask me questions. I'm an architect and planner. Ann Howerton, who's our firm's head landscape architect, is here too. So if you've got questions about that, she can jump up and field them much better than I can. But to jump right in, we get to work all around the world and all around the country. And this is one of the best sites in the country, honestly. And it's exciting for us to work in our backyard. I live in North Oakland. My wife and I are here, once, twice a week in Emeryville, shopping and dining. So I fully understand what it is that you've got here and the potential and all the years of thinking that have gone into this. We're just excited to get your feedback on what we've been thinking about and to understand, from people who live here and work here every day, what you're looking for, what you like, what you don't like, and, we can work with that. Mark and his partners know retail, and I think that's a huge advantage when you go into mixed use, is if you can control that ground 20 feet, the bottom 20 feet of every building, the potential for a vibrant urban place is so much better than if you know the multifamily business but don't know the retail business. And so, I think we do have a leg up there. And so all of the concepts we're talking about have been vetted with the market. And when we say 5 to 7 years, it's because the market is eager in the next 5 to 7 years, or even 6 to 12 months, to make deals in Emeryville on the kinds of land uses you're seeing. The three big components, kind of beyond the PDP confirmation, is the realignment of Shellmound, what we're calling Parcel B, which is a parking garage of just under 600 cars, which really makes it possible to redevelop the rest of the site with ground floor retail in that building. And then a healthy, affordable grocery store to be named later, and a small cafe. We've been collecting feedback for the last several months. We see Maru and Charlie and company on a regular basis. We've met with BPAC. I know Mark's met with some of you all, and we are taking it all in. We're studying things actively. What you're seeing here is what we submitted in October with a small refinement of the garage facades on December 2nd. And as recently as last Friday, we had a long working session with DPW about bike lanes and sharrows and street widths and sidewalk widths and how to dedicate Shellmound. So we're actively working through this, and we're excited to get your feedback and fold that into a next round. Maru did a great job introducing this, but just to kind of refresh your memory, the PDP was done on the entirety of the site, which included the UA Theater, which included the existing warehouse, or the warehouse buildings that have since been demolished, which includes an office building of 120,000 feet and 95,000 feet of retail in the public market. Mark and his partners now own the office building and own the public market and are breathing new life into it, as I'm sure you read in the paper. So we get to rely on those land uses as we move forward. The Essex building, which is not part of what we're doing, but is certainly part of the PDP, is under construction now, and that's 190 units. So when you read in your chart that there's 700 and some odd residential units in our proposal, those 190 units are part of that. So we get the difference. What we're looking at today is specifically this Phase 1B, which the idea is this is the sort of armature that the rest of the project can build on top of. So the UA leaving with its 800 parking spot requirement made it really hard for anybody to do anything. So the 25-year timeline was in large part because of that. So without the UA Theater, there's an immediate need to create some parking so that the market in the office building can continue to thrive while we go about building Shellmound and building a parking garage. And then once you have those pieces in place, you can develop the surface parking lots and create that high-density urban place that everyone likes. And so that would be phases 2 and 3, which included the expansion and enhancement of that existing city park, which include a series of residential buildings, most of which was retail on the ground floor. And not just a little retail. I mean, this is meaningful retail that has 20-foot ceiling heights and 60-foot bay depths. And the effect is 5 to 6 story buildings over a multi-block area. So this is effectively the density of Paris or Amsterdam. And so you've got a high-density walkable environment. And I think that's a pretty exciting core. Yeah, it's a little bit smaller than it was, but it's still a very high-density place. A quick comparison of the PDP to the FDP proposal. The squint test, everything is generally in the same place. One of the pieces of the PDP that is struggling in the current market is there was a single user of 100,000 square feet of retail space, and that was on what we're calling Parcel D, presumably a large format retail establishment. So that is the big difference on the retail side between the numbers that we had in the PDP and the numbers we're proposing today. The other big difference is the lack of office. And again, I know that the office tower is struggling to be leased, and so the office demand isn't there yet, and we're working around that and trying to create a place that's really desirable for office. And so that's part of what we're doing. In terms of circulation, all the same roads and pedestrian passages are present in our plan as were in the PDP in all the same locations generally. The one thing that we're trying to do is actually enhance the amount of pedestrian connections across Shellmount and make Shellmount a slow street that people want to cross on a regular basis. Looked at it in a different way, this is the drawing on the top is from the PDP, and below is an illustration of our proposal in the same hand. All the pink boxes are bike racks spread throughout the project. We're proposing to expand the park and for it to be the same size as was proposed in the PDP. The difference being we think a retail piece in the park doesn't function as well as a retail piece plugged into the market. So we've moved it out of the park to the other side and made it part of the retail environment. Just as if you sort of treat the orange on the screen as high intensity pedestrian areas, from the proposed grocery store to the far south end of the site, it's about 1,050 feet. That's a great shopping district street. I mean, you know, that you go around the world and you look for great shopping districts, they're 1,000 feet long. So this is no small project. To take Maru's numbers and maybe spin them a little different way is as you add in what's there now and the kind of the existing realities of the site. Today there's 120,000 feet of office at the public market and there's 95,000 feet of retail. As you layer in another 75,000 feet of retail and a number of multifamily units, you get this vibrant place that's active 7 days a week. What's exciting about this is it's very much mixed use. It's as mixed use as any city. And those retail and food and beverage establishments are small footprint. So the major user in our proposal is a grocery store of about 27,000 feet. When compared to that major user before, which is 100,000 foot, you insert the name, this really will feel more like that Main Street character that we all like. So we see this as a positive. The first piece is the realignment of Shellmount. And not to be endeavored lightly, the building Shellmount the first time I think was a challenge. The kind of history below the ground in this part of Emeryville is pretty daunting. We know it full well as we've engaged a consultant team that worked on the market in 2008 and has worked in Emeryville extensively. So between the environmentalists and the civil engineers, we seem to know what we're getting into. At the top of the screen is the existing alignment of Shellmount in red and what we're proposing in yellow. In terms of square feet, it's actually more. What's in yellow is more than what's in red. Today, the city owns Shellmount, the road, and 18 inches beyond the curb. And we're talking about a deal that would, more than equate to that and also give public control of the sidewalks. And so the terms of those deals are getting worked out now, but it seems to be an interesting discussion. The idea that's really guided us is how is this a complete street? How is it not just a mover of cars, but something that pedestrians and bicyclists and people just want to be at, accommodates buses. And so fundamental to that is it moves pretty slow. And the bends in Shellmount really facilitate that. As we've gotten into this and we've thought, well, how do you take a traffic mover and prioritize bicycles and cars? One of the ideas we had was a Sharrow. What we've drawn in this illustration, and so this is kind of northbound on Shellmount, the Guitar Center's on the left, the parking lot and the pedestrian bridge is on the right, and you see a bus stop and a kind of a new bus pavilion, and the parking garage beyond. And so the idea being, as you come into this great district, the pavement changes, the landscape changes, you get great street trees, and you no longer have sort of a bike in a Class 2 bike lane. We give them the power of a car, and they can pull in front of a car and have a Sharrow. This hasn't been a terribly popular idea as we've previewed it with folks, and so we've been actively studying alternatives. And one of those alternatives is what Shell Mound is shown today as a Class 2 bike lane, and that's a bike lane separate from cars. And so we've talked through that, and we're still working on that. So we fully expect to come back to you with changes like that and other ideas. As you get into Shell Mound, and again, this is a very urban character, and this is what was anticipated in the PDP. You've got the existing office building on the left, you've got the parking garage on the right. We're looking at different elements from your Shell Mound design guidelines and other documents, like parklets, like street trees that break up parking bays, enhanced pavement, enhanced lighting. And so all of these we're trying to wrap into this great environment that really prioritizes people. I mentioned the guidelines. They've been a real guide for us as we've gone through this. So your Shell Mound guidelines are on the left. It's a great document that really does a good job of saying this is a place for people and how do you prioritize people in it. This is an illustration we particularly liked because it said that instead of having stretches of on-street parking, which we know is critical for retail, and then trees sort of sandwiched up against the building, we can get the tree out a little further, let the canopy get a little bit more space. And so that clear pedestrian zone with room in front of the building for furnishings and other signs and so forth, we're maintaining. This is another illustration on the left from your guidelines that we particularly liked. And so, as you can see in the illustration on the right, we're trying to emulate that and put it to use. On the landscape side, for our entire team, and our firm is architects, planners, and landscape architects, and I think it's matched well with Mark and his group, because these real authentic urban places only work if you have a high quality urban landscape. And that means it's coordinated, it has big trees, those trees are given room to grow, and we know all the challenges that go into this. And so this isn't a proposal that says we want big trees and then we go and get little trees. It's a commitment to 2 dump truck loads of dirt to excavate toxic soil and bring back good soil for every tree we put in the street. So we know what we're getting into, and it's frightening. But it's also an exciting opportunity to really create this authentic place. These are photos from around town. I'm sure you recognize them as you drive around. I guess one's from 4th Street in Berkeley, where we got a little further afield, but there's certainly a challenge to grow healthy vegetation in Emeryville, but it's been done successfully. We've looked at a couple of street trees that we think have the kind of character we'd expect, whether it's the London plane or the Chinese elm. But this entire palette we expect to put to use in the marketplace, and our proposal to date has focused more on the street trees and less on the ground plane, but I think that's the next level of iteration once we get into this with you. Everything is a workhorse on a site this urban and this intense, and so we're working with civil engineers and our team to really understand how do you use biofiltration planters, all the LID systems that you all know about, but quite frankly, we're asking of ourselves how to treat every drop of water that falls on the new buildings and the new roads, and so it's a challenge, but right now that's what we're designing to. A big piece of this is, of course, the public furnishings. And having a coordinated, attractive public furniture and amenity package from fences and bollards and bus stops, and of course these are indicative of a direction, and we'd love feedback on the trash can, but we're also happy to just kind of keep pushing along and hit the bigger issues and also come back to something that, with the reassurance that we're thinking about this holistically, and it won't be one of these and 3 of these and 2 of those. It'll be a coordinated, attractive place. Parklets, I know, was in your pedestrian guidelines, and they're a lot of fun in San Francisco. We think they're the vibe that we want to showcase here, and they're the kind of tenants we're going to have here. If you think of Urban Outfitters as a prototype for who will be at the public market in the future, parklets are kind of the cool thing, and they're nice because as you monitor usage patterns, as tenants change, you can sort of pick them up and move them down the street, and the character of this place is allowed to evolve in the way that a real urban street evolves. It's not like a shopping mall where everything feels, orchestrated and coordinated and a big brother looking over you. On the ground plane, we're getting into how do you showcase this district as something special, and whether it's specialty paving in the street, which we've floated and are talking through with DPW. It's the LED flashers in the raised crosswalks, again, prioritizing pedestrians. It's the improved lighting. It's the Plaza Street, 62nd Street Plaza Street, which has, flush paving with a kind of cobble. So it has those high-touch areas that really gives it a kind of a special district feel. And again, it all comes back to this idea of a complete street. How do you create a place that is as much about people walking, families hanging out, cars driving, bus stops, parks, lingering, hanging, shopping, eating, and that's really what we're going for here. And I really think that's consistent with the direction of the PDP. Second piece is the retail garage. The site now has about 1,000 cars on it, and we're expecting to need less than that, but we're trying to find a home for those people that want to come here, and understanding that we're making provisions for bicycles and buses, and we're checking all those boxes. This is the ground floor plan of the garage, and just to give you a sense of scale, it's 2 parking bays wide and about 450 feet long, so it's about 450 feet by 122 feet. It's not a small building. It's about 200 feet shorter than what was proposed in the PDP, which was really not a small building. In blue is the retail. There's about 10,600 feet to the north, 11,700 feet to the south. It's all 55 to 60 foot deep. So the typical shop could be 1,500 feet up to about 3,500 feet. So again, small format, unique retailers. In the middle is a bike parking room. There's bikes accommodated all through the site, but we wanted to have a dedicated indoor place for employees and visitors. In yellow in the back is parking. There's a drive aisle, a kind of a ramp from both ends. So we've got 2 ins and outs. That whole back area is service, deliveries, and the idea being that you're really forcing all the back-of-house uses to that area. There's also a small amount of employee or short-term parking. As you jump up a level, the kind of typical parking level, and there's 3 of these, the typical parking spot is 8.6 by 18 with a 24 aisle. So no columns. So when you think about some of the challenging garages in this town, this is not one of them. This is made to be efficient. It's made to be easy to use. There's 3 vertical circulations that link to different parts of the property, so that if you work in the office building, you can park close to the middle one and you're right across the street. Again, to make a retail place work, it's got to be easy. On the skin of the garage, the retail will be very vibrant and vital and active, and a mix of uses to sort of conceal the cars, but not make them disappear altogether, so it's clear to find out where you're going. We've looked at a series of great materials like louvers out of metal, wood, and sort of other things like wood as we get into it. Glass and fritted glass. Metal screens that may have a shimmer to them. The idea of introducing a living wall in a limited way. Again, trying to tie tenants a little bit to the fenestration of the building. So you've got an interesting character, and you've also broken this thing up over the length of it. These retail bays are generous. They're 17 feet high on one end and 22 feet high on the other. So this is a great pedestrian shopping environment. Again, the kind of materials that we'd expect for this building and the grocery store. And if you're out at the public market today, to your point earlier, the best parts are the old brick, and the worst parts are the bad stucco. And everything we're doing is to have more brick and kind of more of the cool materials and less of the stuff you see every day. And I think as you drive around the old parts of Emeryville, that's what really jumps out at you. The rear of the garage is certainly a challenge. We think that we can take advantage of the kind of the extra dirt we've got on the bottom of it and train up some pretty interesting vegetation. We get a lot of light over there. We've gone from the standard concrete rails to a more enhanced open metal rail, so this will feel open. It'll be more attractive than your average garage. There's no kind of gimmicky graphic ploy. The north and south elevations sort of tie in to the whole thing. And again, the whole thing is like, how do you get this great pedestrian character that everyone gets to experience because it's now this great kind of civic street? And how does this become the great environment that everyone wants to hang out at? The last piece is the grocery store and cafe. There's a, as we've learned, there's actually a very clear market for grocers in this city. There's a lot of demand from a couple of very high-profile groups, and we think we're zeroing in on a very interesting balance between sort of healthy and affordable, and I think it could be really cool. The building has to sort of keep pace with that, and so we're looking at a building that terminates the view as you drive down Shell Mountain. So it's very much an urban building. It has a 27,000 square foot or so market, of which there's some back of house, an enclosed roofed service area, so you won't have the open trash bins or the trucks. It's screened in. There's about 22 spaces on the ground floor and then a ramp up, and the balance of the parking be on the roof, 115 spaces. The architectural feature is this vertical stair elevator tower that you saw in the first rendering that would link from the parking level down. Even a little green roof on the cafe. That 62nd Street Plaza in the PDP was just east of the building, and we've shifted it to the south because we think if it kind of borrows with the energy of the public market, it'd be this great sunny space for lunch and hanging out and festivals. And so, yes, it's a private street that can be closed off from time to time, but the idea is it feels like an old plaza that you can just set up for a variety of activities. In terms of the elevation, we think that there's a chance to sort of borrow from the brick, not the brick veneer, but the good reclaimed brick, to really echo what's happening on the marketplace. Complement that with steel lintels and steel awnings and a little bit of wood, and again, a nice kind of high quality storefront material. And the other sides of the building would not be backs necessarily. You still keep use of the brick. You still use a lot of wood louvers, and you really ask a lot of vegetation because we got north and west faces that we should have some luck with. And so that's a summary of where we're at and a little aerial of what it might look like at build out. Again, kind of echoing the high density character of everything around.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Can you go back a few slides and explain to us very clearly the where the loading dock and
Yeah.
would be for the grocery store and that?
Yeah, so we're studying, so this is the loading dock, and the roof of the parking garage is up above. And so there'd be a full screened gate here and here. And this is the ramp up to the parking above. So we're looking at two options, and again, we've got different versions, but you'd either load the trucks from southbound on Shell Mound in and they'd back up, and they do not need to go into the road to kind of do that move. Or you can come up 63rd Street, and the reason this is hatched is because they need just enough room to turn in and do the same maneuver. Coming out, we're working with the geometry of all of this so that the truck can stay within its lane, make that turn, and exit southbound on Shell Mound. So that's what we're trying to do.
Is there a reason the sort of the loading dock location and the ramp to the roof parking location couldn't be swapped?
You're not the first person to ask that. No. It's one of the things we're studying. When we listed out our priorities, the priority number one was this facade here being a continuous high-quality facade that everyone that drives north on Shell Mound sees. And the second was how do you get people into this? And it's quite easy to come south on Shell Mound or north on Christie or south on Christie and come up 63rd and up and park and come down. The trucks, it's just about finding an intuitive place. And so we felt like the side north, most adjacent to the train tracks was, least offensive to future residents who are using the park and other places. And so we kind of pushed it up to the north.
One more question. So the 22 surface spaces,
Yeah.
Are those needed towards your total, the total parking requirement for this grocery store or the site, or is there some other need for them?
Parking in general, we're trying to balance your very progressive parking code and leases and tenants that are already in place. And as you can imagine, grocery stores have requirements that need to be dealt with. This parking's actually underneath a roof. The parking garage above comes over, and then there's a metal screen with some vegetation. So it's there as a convenience. It's there to meet a total number that we're trying to hit for the grocery store. That's the short of it. It may be shared with the cafe also
Could you describe a little bit more about this cafe? Because it looks to me to be much more of a kind of, that's what the parking's for, and it's more of a little bit kind of fast food restaurant-y feeling to it at this point from looking at it and where the parking is and, like Starbucks-y kind of thing, so.
It's not going to be Starbucks.
You know what I'm saying? That because the parking's right there and there's a standalone restaurant, it just begs to be explained.
Absolutely. Again, the graphic is deceiving. If I go forward, you see that that's all under cover. So it's structured parking that happens to be at grade. The cafe might be a wine bar. It might be a small takeaway like the Gott's at the Ferry Building. The idea is not that it's a full-service restaurant, but we quite frankly don't know what it's going to be. But at 1,500 feet, the options are pretty limited for what it could be. We think it's the cool place to grab lunch and hang out at the plaza, or the cool thing that draws you down the alley from the public market that complements the kind of stalls you see in the public market. I realize in this illustration it looks like a fast food restaurant with a parking lot and a drive-through. It's not.
Well, there was also the traffic study talked about it in that way too.
I think the traffic study alluded to some complexities we're having, which is traffic gets stacked on Shell Mound if you can turn left into the plaza, and a few other issues that we're working through now. As is drawn, this is a two-way street, the plaza, that might be not a street 3% of the time. I mean, I think it's one of those things that Saturday mornings, once a month or once a week, it's a plaza, and the rest of the time it's a street. And then I think there's questions, as of course you can imagine, as you try to draw a pedestrian environment with bullnose curbs and bump outs, you necessarily struggle to get trucks and cars and everything to move around. So we're working through that actively with both traffic consultants.
Any further questions?
Can you speak to if there were to be office space in the future, where that might be located?
Might ask my partner in arms here.
If there were to be office space, it would be located above the parking structure. The difficulty right now is we have an office tower that's roughly 100,000 feet. Mm-hmm. We have one floor that's vacant. We have another tenant that's basically vacated the premises, and another one that's going to be vacant. So we're going to have essentially 30% of that building vacant. We've been marketing the space for over a year, and while there is a tremendous amount of demand for office space in San Francisco, it is because the companies want to hire the employees where the employees want to live. And they're focused. So our goal here is to create a place that this is where they want to be, and they want to come here and hire. But right now, the employers are not coming over here at rates that our rates right now that we're charging, that we're not getting tenants for, are well below what it would take to have even a substandard return on the cost of new construction. And the other thing is, I don't think that the office space adds to the mix that we're trying to create. We already have 100,000 feet of office space, and the way that the market is changing, the use is a lot denser than it was 5 years ago, so you get many more employees per 100 square foot of office space than you did 5 years ago.
Mm-hmm. Could you also be like really specific, because I know you said it's a different kind of one,
right.
Like a retail environment.
Right.
That how does this differ, say, from the Bay Street, which really is a mall?
Exactly, and that is
really specific.
Our focus. I'll be very specific. Our focus has always been, we're anti-mall people, and we like urban retail because we don't like malls. And what we want to create here, and why we were originally attracted to this place, is the opportunity to have unique retail, small retail. So we're talking about from the food component. We've been talking to chefs, well-known chefs, well-regarded chefs around the Bay Area to come and open up either small food stalls or 100,000-foot restaurant spots so they can showcase their award-winning food at approachable prices and approachable sizes. So we're looking for units that would be one-of-a-kind kind of food purveyors. From a retail point of view, we're looking for folks that are unique, 1, 2, 3, 4 outlets, or they might be somebody like if we had any others, it might be a Steve Allen, who maybe has, 5 units across the country. People that are unique. So this will be a location you come to, and it's going to be, you're not going to be on Bay Street. Well, if you go to Bay Street, you could be anywhere in the world, or at least in the country. If you come to Shell Mound, you'll know you're at Shell Mound because of the unique tenants that are there. And that's what we're going for. That's what we want to achieve. We're not, and you're worried about the cafe. I can promise you it will not be a unit that...
I figured it wasn't.
Yeah.
I guess I was baiting you, sorry.
Yeah. No, what we're going for is we need this unique environment. It really is a combination of the finishes and the way it lays out, the way the traffic moves to make this all work. And the type of tenants we want, they're very selective about where they will go because they want to protect their brand, and their brand is about uniqueness. And these are tenants that aren't found in a mall, and that's what we're going for.
I want to follow up Commissioner Coomerly's question with another question about office uses. I don't know a lot about different types of office uses, but I know there are a lot of different types of offices that have different demands and have different levels of rent. And I'm just curious because there seems, just on the other side of the railroad tracks, there seems to be a tremendous amount of office space, that seems to have higher occupancy rates than what you're describing in this tower. And so if you're
Sure.
familiar with that, if
I
you could
am.
address the differences.
I am. That 2 years ago, that space was about 65% occupied. It's right now about, I think it's 85%. Their rates that they've been leasing the space at has been about anywhere between $2.40 to $2.60 a square foot.
Which property are you talking
You're talking about.
Wareham Properties?
No, you're talking about across the freeway?
Across the railroad
yeah.
tracks.
Oh, you mean? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about across the freeway.
No.
Okay. They are occupied. I do not know specifically about Wareham's properties across the railroad tracks. Those are also lower density, and my understanding is that he has one property that was built a year or two ago. Mm-hmm. And I'm not sure what the occupancy is on that.
Well, they're special use properties.
They're also
Yeah,
special
they're
use.
Offices.
Restaurants.
Right.
Just so the commissioners, I think Mark is referring to the Emery Station Greenway building, and it's where the Bureau restaurant is.
Yeah.
That building is currently vacant. There are no tenants, and it's been vacant for at least more than a year.
Interesting.
Could you also mention some of the options that the DPW had for the bike lanes besides the Sharrow?
Yeah, the other two options that we discussed when we talked to BPAC, is that what you're talking about?
No, I heard that you met also with DPW and...
We did, and maybe I'll let Aaron talk about that.
We were at BPAC together too. Consistent recommendations on both, and I just jumped to a spot.
Consistent
on the
with BPAC, you're saying?
Yeah,
Okay.
DPW and BPAC. I think they had the same questions and reservations, but effectively a class 2 bike lane is 5 or 6 feet on the side of a drive lane, and if you have parking on one side, it kind of affects that a little bit. And so with DPW, we talked about getting to a 6-foot lane and an 11-foot drive lane, which is consistent with what Emeryville has, or Shell Mound is today. That gives you the flexibility to ride side by side in a bike lane or pull away from the parked cars. And so that's what we talked about. Details of that is also kind of exactly the geometry of the S-curve in Shell Mound, and making sure that there's not conflicts between buses and bicycles. With cars and bicycles, it's not a problem, but with buses and bicycles, and knowing that we want this to be a transit corridor is just to sort of work that out. So again, the sort of holistic study and evaluation we're doing with all the various folks and reviewing with DPW is to just get that tuned so that everyone's comfortable, that there's no conflicts.
Well, your prior plan had a separate bike lane.
The PDP?
Yeah, the prior approved plan. I mean, the whole street is wider And it looks like you had to make the building along the railroad tracks deeper to accommodate the parking, and that pushed it into Shellmount, squeezed it down.
Yeah.
And, I understand that there's angled way of parking, 30-degree parking, which is actually more efficient, and it would be less deep. I don't know if you've looked at anything like that.
We've looked at a big
parallel.
range of parking solutions.
Charlie told me.
The PDP, the conditions of approval of the PDP is, as I understand it, Class 2 bike lanes. And if you do the measurements described in there, it's a 6-foot bike lane going each direction with a 10-foot travel way. So what we're looking at is increasing the travel way for cars to 11 feet to kind of further add safety and just lessen conflicts. The maps are a little, I think, misleading, but we'll continue to dig through that, but that's what I believe the conditions of approval are.
Look at your plans. So the April 2008 plan appears to be much wider. It has pullouts for the bus stops and clearly delineates separate lanes, whereas your newer one doesn't.
Is Shellmount, this stretch of Shellmount currently a bus route?
Yeah.
Yes.
And for the Emeryville round or for AC Transit? So only Emeryville
No,
round.
there's an AC Transit.
There's an AC Transit also. So do we know? Can you speak towards the frequency of the existing transit service?
Infrequent, but we're speaking with them. I don't know.
I think the Emeryville round, of course, runs frequently. But the AC Transit that's over there now, it used to be the 57, went all the way out to the public market, but it ends at 40th and San Pablo now. I think the AC Transit buses that go through here are Trans-Bay buses, and I believe they only run during peak hour. I'm not sure exactly. Does it? Okay.
We can start this one.
Well, they turned down a Shellmount.
All right. So the 26 also is in this area. Yeah.
So I have a couple of questions. One is, are you planning on doing anything in this phase to enhance the access to the crossing over the railroad tracks? It's right at, it's in the surface parking lot. Are you planning to do anything with paving or toning of concrete or something to make that a little bit more enticing? Safer?
If this were at all legible, maybe I can do this. Right now, there's a sort of an odd diagonal that cuts across, and it crosses several drive lanes. And so what we're looking at is reconfiguring that to come into, basically, to hang a right here and come through a landscaped sidewalk area out to a curb, and then hit the series of raised crosswalks. So it still traverses some of the parking lot, but we're enhancing and we think clarifying that in a way that there should be fewer conflicts.
Yeah, and I noticed that in the future phase, that connection is in the middle of a residential building. Is that something that you've...
It's a kind of a matter of illustration. In the PDP, the anticipation was that the pedestrian would cross over the parking connection and down a set of monumental staircases.
Mm-hmm.
We're looking at something similar, including an elevator. And so the idea is you'd still traverse a public easement on the deck of a parking lot, come down a gracious open stair with an elevator. But in all honesty,
It's a future phase.
Yeah, it's a future phase. It was an earlier priority for the previous developer.
The other question I have about the future phase is the public park expansion, because it looks to me like we're losing park acreage, but you said that it's the same park acreage?
It is the same park acreage. It's a little bit geometry, but we've measured it. I mean, I guess the park was expanded by something like 3/10 or 3.5 of an acre, and so we're looking at a similar expansion and improvement.
Does this PDP include any improvements to the existing park along with the dedication of the park expansion?
That's I always anticipated it did.
I believe the PDP, the PUD, really called for a total redesign.
Okay,
Park.
good.
Yeah.
And
That's what we envisioned. Sorry, just to echo
Good.
that.
the 60-second sort of plaza courtyard is not being counted as part of the park, is it?
No.
That's a total
One
separate.
decision we collectively made was we would not split the park in any way between this green and some other green. So we're trying to get a connective park the size of the park that was described originally.
And the sidewalk widths on the shell mound now, on both sides?
4 to 5 feet, right against the curb. They're privately owned. And
No, but I mean on shell mound.
we're proposing,
Yeah.
they vary from 16 to 20 feet in front of the market to 13 feet in front of the office building and 10 and a half feet. These are all dimensions clear of planting because the planting's been taken out of that.
So the public right-of-way of existing shell mound ends at back of curb?
18 inches beyond back of curb.
Oh, 18-inch. Okay, so does that capture? Is that an attached walk? Does it capture 18 inches of the walk, or is there a planter strip, or what?
It captures 18 inches of attached walk.
Okay.
24? 24.
Okay.
18 inches from the back of the curb, 24 inches from the face of the curb. Sorry.
Okay.
It's 60 feet across.
Any further questions here? I guess we can close the meeting and, close this and open it to public comment.
I know you all were just waiting for me. So I'll start with, I'd like to let you know that we love the public market. We live across the street. I live at Pacific Park Plaza, Stephen Keller. And we like the area so much that John and I were married in Christie Park. Overall, I think the new plan is exciting, but I think it could be better. It seems suburban and very auto-centric to me. The new mix of uses being retail and residential only, again, makes Emeryville more of a bedroom community to San Francisco instead of a city unto itself. But into some of the details, I think it was very poor planning on the part of the developer and the city to have no community meeting prior to the study session. No one that I talked to in my building had any knowledge that this project was changing. Thus, they had no chance to voice their opinion before the commission makes their recommendations. You guys don't know how anyone feels in Pacific Park Plaza or the Christie Commons or Avenue 64. So I think that was very poor planning when the Avalon group could have a community meeting about something that's not around any houses, but this big project had no community meeting. Anyway, the removal of bike railing should not be an option. In reading through our many specific plans for the city, like the Climate Action Plan, the Shellmound Street Design Guidelines, the Bike Pedestrian Plan, the Sustainable Transportation Plan, and especially the city's general plan, I could not find in any of those plans where we support the removal of a Class 2 bike lane. As a bicyclist, I have the right to use any lane by law, and I'm not given that. I'm always under threat when I'm in a lane, and so having a dedicated bike lane wherever possible is very important. I think using the public realm for benefits such as the parklets is wrong. In a brand new development, public benefits should be part of and incorporated in the project site. We use parklets when we have no other choice and we want to take over a parking space. The project should not remove one benefit like bike lanes to create the other. Additionally, one benefit that should be mandatory for inclusion in the project is a connection to the pedestrian bridge, which they have just talked about. I think that's very important and needs to be part of the requirements of this plan. And number 4, improving any plans for the grocery store. Those plans must mandate that the protection of the neighborhood from the intensity of operations of a grocery store, not just the traffic coming to and from the grocery store, but the deliveries, the garbage collection, all the storage of pallets, and et cetera, needs to be concealed and taken care of. All sides of this proposed store are exposed to the streets or to somebody's home. So it's very important that there's no back alley side of this building to perform the operations of a grocery store. And that the developer must clearly explain and ensure the operations will not harm the quality of life of the neighbors in the area. Unfortunately, about all the time I have right now, you guys have my 3-page written recommendations. The one other thing I think is 62nd Street should be closed as a plaza all the time and open only under emergencies. Thank you much.
Any further comments from the public? Please give your name and...
Hello, Ryan, homeowner with Emeryville for the past 7 years. Just, I guess, 3 comments. One is, I like it. I love the project. Second bullet point is, in regards to the grocery store, if I could recommend Fresh and Easy or Lenardi's would be great. Lastly, the last bullet point is they focus on restaurants, food, and whatnot. But living in Emeryville since 2007, I've noticed that the public market has diminished. My favorite Jamaican place is gone. My favorite Thai place is gone. But kind of refocus on, I don't know if this is the right platform to talk about it, but kind of refocus on getting more tenants there before we start building more, cafes or restaurants. But go back to our basics and get more tenants into public market. That's all I have. Thank you.
Any further comments? Close the meeting. Why don't we start over here?
Okay. I guess I'd like to start by saying I'm excited to have something happen there in the marketplace. And although I do understand your expression of that this we're going to have unique, sort of generally one-of-a-kind sorts of retail opportunities and food opportunities. Oftentimes, I'm not sure how that is going to work, because oftentimes that tends to be tenants that are not able to necessarily afford to be in a brand new space. So that is I'm not sure quite how to make that work in my mind. I think this looks a little bit suburban. It's definitely auto-oriented more than I would like to see. I would like to see this be much more of a forward-thinking project that is transit-oriented. Absolutely, we need bike lanes and not sharrows, in my opinion. And I can see how I'm afraid about to see the loss of office space potential, and at the same time, the marketplace is saying we don't have that need at this moment. So I'm not sure quite what that means in terms of the future of the project, but if there is some potential for that as a possibility later on in other phases. In terms of the food market, the grocery store, I'm looking at the elevations, and they are so for like the east and the north, they're absolutely not pedestrian friendly at all. And I'm not really even certain how another large supermarket is going to work in this space. And we have one right up the street, Berkeley Bowl West. We have one right the Trader Joe's. There is also the Safeway, Pack and Save in the area. So I'm not sure how that's going to work, as well as the amount of volume of traffic that it's going to create. So that's worrisome to me. The loading absolutely must be addressed completely on site. I would agree with that. It can be a real ugly issue if not addressed correctly. The circulation through the site seems tight, but it sounds like you're working to make sure that will actually work with DPW, et cetera. And I thought Commissioner Moss's comment about switching out the loading with the parking might actually be a way to help with that. It doesn't help with the facade of the building. Also, speaking of facades, the parking structure along the railway absolutely needs to be addressed in terms of it being screened and not open. Doesn't have to be completely screened, but it needs to, we do not want to look at cars. Or advertisements. I think in terms of the PUD, I guess I could, with the removal of office space, I guess with hesitation, I could support that. And I'm sure there's more things, but for now, that's all I've got.
I guess, first of all, I just want to disclose that I did meet with the applicant before this meeting to review the plans. So to continue with my comments, as far as the issue of the review of the PDP versus the FDP, it's a little bit cuspy to me, but I've decided for a variety of reasons that I think it does fall within the existing PDP, and that it would be appropriate for us to review FDPs moving forward. That said, I do want to give, even though we're sort of only reviewing this first phase of it, I do want to give some comments about the overall project, because I think that will be helpful to the applicant, because I do have some sort of comments about overall. So anyway, I'll get to that. So as far as bikes, I agree with what Commissioner Coomerly has said and what one of the public speakers said. I think super sharrows are a great tool, a great device if you're retrofitting an existing road. But we're building a new road, and we've got, a ton of space to work with. I appreciate that you're building. There are certain depths that work for your building, but I think we still have some flexibility. So I really would like to see Class 2 bike lanes. I really would like to see safe Class 2 bike lanes. I'm a little concerned about the relationship between the proposed on-street parking and bike lanes, because I think that is one of the things that was not done well at the portion of the marketplace renovation that already happened near Urban Outfitters and Guitar Center. There was on-street parking that was added, and the bike lane width was left the same, and it really creates a dangerous bike lane. So I would like to see one of two things, which is either that some sort of appropriate buffer be given between the bike lane and the parked cars to improve safety for bicyclists and prevent them from getting doored. Or alternately, I guess you could do a buffered bike lane adjacent to the curb. That might be worth exploring as well, if that was appropriately buffered. Or alternately, just the removal of the proposed on-street parking. I think that's really critical that street is safe for bicyclists. I do, however, love the idea of parklets in some of those on-street parking locations. So wouldn't necessarily want to give that up, but I think, and I do appreciate also that on-street parking actually provides a really nice buffer for pedestrians. It really does change the pedestrian experience on a street, but I think you can also mitigate some of that with appropriate placement of street furniture and landscaping to also buffer pedestrians from the street. Let's see, the park. Yeah, the park geometry is interesting. It doesn't look the same size. I believe you, but it doesn't appear to be.
Well, they took the retail out.
Yeah, no, I see that. It's sort of an optical illusion, I think, and I'm not sure about it. I think that I like the original park configuration better. I think I would definitely want to see how the park was going to interact with that proposed building and a lot of things, because I'm uncertain about it.
Yeah, well,
let's see, the uses. I also am saddened to see all of the office space disappear. I do think that it's a really, I mean, I appreciate your struggles in leasing your existing office space. I don't know if that has anything to do with the age of that space or the type of that space. But it does seem like there's a lot of synergy here with the uses across the railroad tracks. There's a bridge, which is a rare amenity, a really important one. And I think if we were going to approve something that contained no office space, I would, again, definitely want to see some data and some information that helped support that change. So let's see. The new retail and parking building, I also have concerns. I also echo the staff's concerns and Commissioner Coomerly's concerns. I do think it needs to, the elevation against the railroad tracks needs to be addressed. It needs to be aesthetically pleasing. But I'm actually going to go a little further. I think the elevation facing relocated Shellmound Street needs to be better. I think it needs to not look like retail storefronts with a parking structure above it. I'm not entirely sure how you accomplish that. I actually would sort of look to Commissioner Gunkel and anybody else who has any ideas about it. I mean, my initial thoughts are, I know we don't want to. I know a lot of people don't want to use Bay Street as a model, but I think this is one thing that Bay Street did sort of right, is that when you walk along Bay Street, there are places where you can see bits of the parking structure, but you don't really notice it because there are other uses above that ground floor that look like buildings and not parking. And so I know you don't have that here. And I don't know that I want to require you to put other uses along the frontage of that building along the street. But at the same time, I think maybe you could continue some of the, there are certain architectural elements that make a commercial storefront look like a commercial storefront. And I think maybe you could continue some of those elements upwards onto the upper portions of that building so that it might feel, I don't want it to look like a fake building either. I'm not talking about faux windows and things like that. But maybe if you continued some of those vertical elements, it would share more form with a building rather than look like a ground floor with a big mass, above it that might be screened in some sort of pleasing way, but still doesn't really look like an active building. I'm a little bit concerned. The architect mentioned the block length being 1,000 feet. I'm a little bit concerned that's a little long without any sort of breaks in it. I'm not saying that, I realize you've got the existing building. I'm not saying that there needs to be, a circulation break or anything like that, but when you look at the approved PDP, there's a little bit more articulation and interest in the buildings. So along relocated Shellmound Street, there's some areas that I'm imagining. So there's where the pedestrian bridge comes in and that staircase, and then there's other little areas that I'm sort of imagining would maybe be sort of plaza areas, and I think that type of respite, that type of break in the building frontage can really make a difference in the feel of that walkable street, and I will just finish by saying I love the idea of a grocery store. I think that's awesome. I will surely shop there. I personally, since I've moved to Emeryville, I've watched our grocery options in the East Bay dramatically improve. When I moved here, any grocery store that sold any sort of like natural organic products had lines out the door, and that's not necessarily the case anymore. But I still am not satisfied with our grocery options, and I would love more. And I think that's the type of use that really will serve residents and will serve the daily needs of our community. And so I really applaud you for that. One last question, or one last comment. What is it? Proposed 62nd Street. I question the need for that as auto circulation. It seems very superfluous. It doesn't access anything. It doesn't go anywhere. I think I would rather see it as a plaza full time. It just doesn't. It doesn't seem like cars need to use that. So that concludes my comments.
Well, I must agree. I'd be delighted to see the grocery store here, and I thought they've done a very good job of figuring out how to cover and hide the delivery area as much as possible. I do think the turning radiuses are going to have to be studied a little more. My biggest and really only serious objection is the new parking building and the fact that it reduces the size of Shellmont Street and also puts in a steeper or more sharp turn at the north end. And I think that building has to be restudied so that it's shallower. And I'm sure there are different things that could be done. I don't object to the way the parking area above the retail was screened. I think that was rather creative, but I think it also needs to go around all sides of the building so that, this is a major railroad place, and people look at that stuff. And you can see it at the terraces. It looks terrible. So that's my comment.
Okay, parking garage. I personally like the screen and think you can do all kinds of creative stuff with it, but I do think that the garage needs some kind of screening on the backside too, because it isn't the backside to the people on the other side of the railroad tracks, so that needs to continue around. I think I'm really glad to see that there has been some thought to improving the connection to the bridge across the tracks. I mean, clearly, I live right across on the other side, so I use the bridge, and it's a really kind of a grim place now, but that needs to be kept really in the forefront when anything is going forward in the future phases. I'm also concerned about how the new Parcel E building relates to the different way that the park's being configured. That makes me I think that park has not related to things around it for a long time, and whatever is designed there needs to really carefully be interfacing with that park space. So I know that that's a future phase, but that's something that leapt out at me. I agree with everybody that the bike lanes are probably safer than a Sharrow bike lane. And I think that a number of the things that you have done here with trying to do the Sharrow, doing the parklets, are things that as somebody I think said, you do when you're retrofitting a place that already has limited space. And if you're starting from scratch and building something new, I would rather see some kind of little indentations or some kind of openings along the building facade that gave that some relief and made seating areas on that side rather than taking away on-street parking and putting people on a street just because that seems like it's been cool in San Francisco. I understand that it seems to me that probably part of the reason that the marketplace isn't leased out is because of the age of the building and the way the building looks and the way the entries work and all that kind of stuff. So there probably, I think that there probably is more of a market for office, but I'm not concerned enough about that to say that the PDP that this proposal is not compatible with the previous proposal. I think that there are a lot of office spaces around Emeryville that are filling that need at this point. I'm glad to see you got the bus stops in, which weren't in the drawings before. And I'm going to be interested to see what the supplemental traffic reports say about the circulation, about the angles of the road bending, and about just the volume of traffic that's going to be feeding through there, because a lot of people at commute times get on and off at Shell Mound, at that Ashby Shell Mound intersection, and there is a lot of traffic that funnels through that way, so it'll be interesting to see what they say about that.
Okay, so first I'll just say that with regard to this new plan being in conformance or substantially in conformance with the 2008 plan, I think that overall that it is. I don't see a reason to say that it isn't in total, so I don't have any real objections there. I want to just focus my comments on, again, things that were not touched on or not as much before. In general, I'm in agreement with most of what the other commissioners have stated. The thing I would like to focus on is really that this project is very important to our town, and I am a bit surprised that we are seeing it at this stage and have not had more community outreach, and I really think it's going to be important that take place in the very near future. I would really like to see what our community thinks of the design. I would like for them to have the opportunity to provide input on the design of the plaza, just the overall elements of the design, and also the mix of uses. So I just want to really emphasize that. The other point is, so later on this evening, we're going to be conducting another study session. I think we should be able to do that before we have to close, on a transit study. And this is the kind of project that I think that many people in the town will want to come to. I mean, that's the idea of it being successful. And I think it's going to be important for this project to really be closely coordinated with those discussions that we're having about transit in the East Bay. Because what we're seeing is that the places that people want to go are very difficult to get to without a car. And so I think that's going to be very critical for this project. So I wanted to just emphasize that. As far as design elements, again, I want to say that the plaza design, I think there needs to be just more. I think it would be great for that plaza to be a private road with basically closed to traffic. I don't really see the benefit of that short street really having traffic flowing through it. And I think that it would also serve as a better way to draw people to the place and to take advantage of the amenities there. With regard to the commercial being eliminated, I think that's kind of something that I'm struggling with. I would prefer to see some commercial because I think that it will support whatever retail or grocery or cafe that is going there. I think it's going to be necessary during the daytime and outside of evenings and weekends where you'll have residents frequenting those areas more. And then I wanted to touch on the grocery store because I kind of share the same concern that Commissioner Moss was voicing, and I do a lot of grocery shopping. We have a family of 4, and our options are very limited. I mean, we go to literally 3 different stores. We go to Pack and Save, we go to Berkeley Bowl, we go to Costco, and we have a CSA box delivered every week. Because we are on a budget, we have a family, we eat out maybe 2 or 3 times a month. We cook at home, organic. We really want to have, more options for grocery shopping. So I thought that this was a positive part of the project, but again, I think it's going to need to have the support of some of the daytime uses of retail as well during the week, during the day. So let's see if I had anything else. Again, really just emphasizing coordinating with the transit aspect that we're really studying very closely in our town. I mean, this area is very congested in terms of traffic. And so it would be great to ensure that this project has more ability to support public transit, biking, walking, and that's it.
I guess I'm still a little confused about, looking at this, it seems like it is a pretty significant change to the PUD. we're moving buildings around, getting rid of uses, changing shell mounds, routing and size. But I might be the minority, and so instead of going down that path, I'm just going to spend some time talking about the specifics, since this is, I guess, our study session, and then the next time we're seeing this, it'll be for approval. And so I think one of the things that I see, and I did meet with the developer at one point to review the plan, and I think that the sharper angle on shell mound, not only is it a traffic concern and safety concern, but it also, the shallower angle, what it did was open up the building behind what's now going, proposed as the grocery store, to the marketplace sort of street. And as a result, you're no longer getting that visual connection from that building down the market, down the shell mound. And now that building's proposed to be a residential building, I'm concerned about it. I already see the new building that's being built in that area back there with the private streets. It sort of feels like an artificial town or downtown kind of approach. The streets don't feel real or utilized. It feels like it's tucked in the back. And I feel like this residential building at Parcel D is going to feel the same way, and even maybe more so, being back behind the grocery store and not having that visual connection down shell mount. So I'd actually like, the other concern that I had was putting the parking on the roof of the grocery store. So basically all the residents in Parcel D who are facing south are going to be looking down, basically looking out on the parking lot on the roof of the grocery store. And it just seemed like the opportunity here was really to shift the grocery store to the west, to remove the little restaurant or cafe, and have a bridge or walkway over to the garage that would then provide the parking for the grocery store. And then that way you could, kill a few birds with one stone by straightening out shell mounds some, creating that visual connection between the residential building and the sort of retail corridor. And also that could, with avoiding having the ramp as part of the grocery store, all of a sudden you can start to open up the backside of the grocery store with windows, so that it doesn't feel like the residential at Parcel D is facing the backside of the grocery store. And then just kind of following up on some of the other comments, I don't know exactly the best way to approach the garage, but it does feel, as Commissioner Moss mentioned, it feels like there's a garage that's screened over top of retail, and the screening is, it's an approach that's done a lot in sort of mall type areas. And so an approach that's maybe more honest might be the way to go, where you actually just can acknowledge it's a garage, but do a nice job of doing it, and carry elements that are on the ground floor all the way to the top, and just make those nice elements. And then just getting into, if we are going to be looking at this entire set here, some of the things that I saw were, I did see, I saw a nice trash receptacle, and then I saw some plastic-looking trash receptacle, and I don't know what I saw nice light fixtures, and then I saw some cheaper-looking light fixtures, and I wasn't sure which ones were going where, what the intent was. I like the nice ones. I saw, glue-down tactile domes, and I prefer tiles, or even I've recently seen wrought iron or metal tactile domes that were really nice, and you're already using that element in other components of the design, so that could be nice. The use of the reclaimed bricks is nice. I'm not such a fan of the ceramic tile on portions of the retail. I felt like the 440-foot long span of retail with very little movement in and out. I know you're trying to differentiate it with some materials, but even then, the pattern is pretty consistent. So you're just getting column, storefront, column, storefront for 440 feet, and to actually have some movement in and out of that retail would be nice, and then have that somehow reflected also in the treatment of the sidewalk. And then, you know, I do agree with the other commissioners who have mentioned having the plaza just be, frankly, more of a private or a closed-off plaza most of the time. Private road, 63rd Street private road, you know, putting some more. Right now, I can't tell if there's any street trees or any landscaping on that road, but again, treating that like a road and not just a sort of driveway parking access will help make Parcel D come alive more. So those are just some of my comments.
Charlie, do you have enough comments?
Well, that sounds, first of all, let me say that on the threshold question of whether or not this conforms to the PUD, I'm hearing a majority of you say that you feel that it is. So that's good news, I think, in terms of the processing of this application. I'm hearing a lot of concerns about design issues. Unless I missed something, I don't think I've heard any major disagreements between the commissioners on any key points. I've heard consensus about bike lanes. I think I've heard consensus that 62nd Street Plaza should just be a plaza. And heard some design concerns expressed about both the garage building and the grocery store building. Anything else significant that do you think I missed, Miru? I think those are the main things that I heard. I think we have good direction.
I have.
I do have.
The wider street and bike lanes.
Right.
And the park.
Yeah, I do want to follow up on some of Commissioner Gunkel's comments, and I think that they were really, really good comments about the views as you're going along Shell Mound. What that bend in the road does is it points you straight at the parking garage, and I know that you have some retail frontage on the north side of the parking garage, but that needs to be looked at really, really carefully. You're also going along the back side of the grocery store, and with a four-sided exposed grocery store, I know you've got some challenges, but we really need to try to make all of those sides work well. And also, those residences that are going to be looking at the back side of the garage really need to be all of those frontages really need to be very, very carefully designed. And I did also want to say I do appreciate the approach that you're trying to go for in terms of the smaller scale retail and specialty, you know, marketing to specialty vendors that will come and make this a place that isn't like every other Panera Bread and Starbucks and everything else. That's something that I really look forward to seeing. And I know the marketplace has been trying to do that with Hot Italian and places like that already, and I'm glad to see that's the theme that's going forward.
Yeah, I think just to sort of follow up on that, I think that the screening of the loading area for the grocery store is going to be critical. I think we want whatever treatment is there to look really nice to the point where you don't know that there's a loading dock there. I had two other comments, one of which is I think generally I want to offer some praise for the types of furniture and finishes and materials that you're proposing. And I've actually, I meant to say this in the last study session, but I noticed the applicant is still here, so that's great. I think those are the types of, generally speaking, I think those are the types of materials and finishes we would like to see on most projects. So I'm sure your architect is very talented as well, but maybe, maybe your design team should have lunch with their design team or something. And I had one other comment, and I can't remember what it is. Sorry.
I also neglected to mention I did meet with the applicant as well, so I just want to put that on record.
So did I.
Oh, I just remembered my other comment, which was that I think the approved PDP does a really good job of hiding the parking so that it's not an outward-facing elevation. So I think anything you can do to sort of address that would definitely be appreciated. From my perspective, anyway. No, I mean, if you look at the existing PDP, all the parking is behind things. It's behind other uses which are going to act as the building facade for the upper floors. So I think they did a really great job doing that here. So that's something I would like to see carried forward in the new plans.
I mean, in my comments about this, questioning whether this is in conformance with the approved PUD, and frankly, in a lot of respects, I think this is an improvement on it. But I do feel like the grocery store and the way that it's being treated is the item that needs the most adjustment. And again, when we're talking about the loading of the entire marketplace right now is on this strip that runs between Shellmount and Christie. And so just the ability, shifting, again, that possibility of shifting the grocery store to the west, you could pick up the loading on that same street that all the other loading occurs on. And then also straighten out Shellmount. And I just still, if you straighten out Shellmount, you could extend the garage even a little bit further to the north, and then by connecting that over to the grocery store with a bridge, again, you'd be able to open up the back of the grocery store so it isn't all about the ramp for the garage.
I noticed in the earlier plan, they have a trellis covering the parking structure along the railroad track. That could be done on top of the grocery store also.
You mean on top of the parking that's on top of the parking of grocery store?
Yeah.
Put some kind of a trellis around it or over it?
Over it.
Yeah.
I might also add that moving the grocery store to the west takes this another step out of the realm of the anchor store at the mall feeling, which is kind of what it's happening right now. So that would be good. Be more like a street.
And the cafe might be nice on the corner of Shellmound where it bends.
Yeah.
Switch the two.
All right,
I think that's it.
go on to the next item.
Thank you.
Thank you.
She's going on vacation.
So do we all have to recuse ourselves from this one since we all live somewhere within 500 feet?
Anyone who uses public transportation needs to recuse on this item. Just kidding.
Okay, I'm going home.
Okay, I go home.
I'll go home.
Yeah, if you just close it, it'll go right.
No, good, thanks.
Good evening, Commissioners. So we get to talk about the Emeryville Berkeley Oakland Transit Study. So I'm going to quickly review, well, maybe not so. I'm going to review what we presented at the community meetings and the Policy Advisory Committee meeting, and a few points about what the Policy Advisory Committee said, and then some hot off the press results from the survey. So this is a project to consider how we can improve transit in Emeryville, West Berkeley, and West Oakland. That is all of Emeryville and then west of San Pablo Avenue and Market Street, to connect the area within itself and to regional transit and regional destinations. And we are wrapping up a big public input process, so we're going to take all the input and store that in with the technical knowledge that our consultants have. They're going to do some modeling and analysis and think about what types of technology could work with the development that we foresee, and who could run such a thing, and what maybe in the end of our planning period around 2035 or 2040, what development might support the kinds of transit that some people want. This is a Federal Transit Administration grant through Caltrans, and we have a technical advisory committee with staffers from the cities and the transit agencies, and we have a policy advisory committee that has mayor's representatives and people from transit boards, chambers of commerce, West Oakland Commerce Association, East Bay Housing Organizations, and the Center for Independent Living. We're going to take this to the council, and we might have some of the TAC members bring it to their boards. Not sure. And then the consultants are going to develop and evaluate options. Then we'll be back, and we'll have something more for you to look at as far as what you can comment on. So we're envisioning a place where you don't need a car, where you can have access to jobs, recreation, and education, and provide transit for job growth, and both near-term improvements and long-term improvements. Long-term maybe being something like a streetcar or bus rapid transit. And we're coordinating with other plans that are in progress, including the Oakland Broadway study and the West Oakland specific plan, an AC transit line study, and a Berkeley parking plan. And we also have a context of many existing plans that our consultants have read them all. The study area has 33,000 residents now. That's going to double. We have a couple dozen schools, but only 3% of the people who work here live here. We have 4,100 jobs now, and that's going to be half again in the future. A good thing, if you're talking about wanting to support transit, is that 20% of the people in this area who live in this area take transit to work. And our land uses include industrial warehouse, wholesale, commercial office, and residential, along with parks and public agency. And you can see on the map that they're not evenly distributed, and they can't necessarily get to each other. Right now we have 18 AC transit lines and BART, both to MacArthur BART, which is outside the area, and to West Oakland BART, which is in it. The Capital Corridor trains run about once an hour or more during peak period and less outside of it. And then we have the Emery-go-round, and we have the West Berkeley Gateway shuttle. And I apologize for putting the black and white map in your packet. I put a color one on the dais. How people get to transit, a lot of people walk or drive their cars. We do have, this is a map of bike routes. We do have, even though they could be improved, bike routes in the whole area. The things we have going for us here are, we have a lot of nearby regional transit, we have a lot of jobs, a lot of people are taking transit, we have low car ownership, and we have priority development areas here, which is what the region is using to funnel supportive funding toward development around transit. The problems that we have to address are the cost of whatever we want to do and the need to find funding. We don't have very high population density here. We have our physical barriers and limited right-of-way to put transit something on. And peak hour congestion on San Pablo Avenue and the streets in Berkeley, some of the Berkeley streets. Now we have 3 time frames here. One is, in the near term, you can do things like change bus routes, maybe add a shuttle, frequency and hours, and then how you get to the transit and station amenities. In the midterm, you can do some service changes, like maybe add a bus, changes to the streets, like a bus lane or signal priority, stuff like that. changes to enhancing a transit center and maybe set up bike sharing. When you get to something you have to build, then it's going to take at least 10 years. Whether it's a streetcar or fixed guideway or light rail or what's full-scale bus rapid transit is a dedicated lane and little stations where you can pay your fare before you get on. So that we're going to be looking at all three of those time frames. And this big complex table tells us that the more capacity, speed, and reliability you want, the more cost per mile and the more right-of-way requirements. So this is not just fiscally constrained, it's physically constrained. Major transit, like bus rapid transit or a streetcar, can, along with other efforts, stimulate desired development. Because it expands the commute shed that people can access the place. It moves people along the corridor. If you want retail, it can increase foot traffic. And most of all, it demonstrates public investment, because once you've built something, it's there. And that tends to build confidence among the private developers. It takes a certain amount of concentrated development to support a major transit investment. It takes pedestrian-focused design and land use policy near the stations for transit-oriented development. Have a few examples. Bus rapid transit in Cleveland has attracted a bunch of development. That's one of those little pay-your-fare stations. In Eugene, that is a bus rapid transit. It has its own sort of track-looking thing. And of course, Portland, Oregon, the famous Pearl District, which has grown partly because of the streetcar. A time frame for, not the plan we're doing now, but for planning a project, if it's something that is a service change, it's like 1 to 5 years. If it's something that is a capital improvement, it's going to be 5 to 10 years or more, because you have to do alternatives analysis, design, environmental assessment, and construction. The Policy Advisory Committee had a bunch of ideas, but these three popped out as sort of little surprises. Development project review, that's us in this room. When there's a use permit or design review application, we need to think about opportunities for bus stops. Is there a bus route we've been trying to change, and is this project along that route, and could we maybe make a pullout? And that the planners should pull out Design with Transit, AC Transit's manual, and think about that. Another one was that attracting development requires development incentives and marketing, as well as zoning and transit. Parking and travel lanes, they thought they could be removed on some streets as negotiated with the businesses there. Depends where you are. And then we today got results from our questionnaire. Some were about, there were several things, but I just wanted to pull out what the respondents said about how we could improve transit. In terms of expanding transit service, they want more frequent buses, shuttles, and trains, more evening and weekend service, accurate next bus, coordinating among the different transit services. Emeryville round, a lot of people would like to see Emeryville round go to West Oakland BART station. And we're not necessarily talking about the TMA now. Who is going to do this is up in the air. More peak hour service, reliable, predictable service, and of course the Watergate Towers stop. Other shuttles, West Berkeley and West Oakland would like one too. And also bigger buses to reduce crowding and more employer shuttles. People mentioned the Kaiser shuttle, which
Doesn't West Berkeley have a shuttle?
West Berkeley has a small employer-funded shuttle that goes from the Ashby BART station to Bayer and Wareham.
Okay.
They would like more.
Can it only be used by employees?
They don't check an ID, but that's the idea.
Okay.
They don't go to 4th Street
And I think it's only during peak hour, isn't it?
I don't know. I would imagine, because that's when people need to go to work.
So you don't see little old people with shopping baskets?
Right. They can get on, but it doesn't go to the shopping anyway. So they'd like to see that. And then more BART parking options, better safety, lighting, seating, cleanliness, maintenance of the vehicles and the stops. And you can't talk about transit without talking about how to get to it. So we had a lot of ideas about bike infrastructure, dedicated bike lanes that are green and have rumble strips, bike awareness signs, a BART car for bikes, bike lanes on 40th Street, bike bridges over the railroad tracks at, somebody mentioned Powell Street, and bike lockers at the BART stations. So there is potential funding out there. It's very competitive. There's always the option of tax measures. Both county and I guess city can do it. MTC and Air District grants, public-private partnerships, privately sponsored transit. I just read an article about Detroit. Their city is broke, but the Kaiser Foundation and other people are building a streetcar and waterfront improvements, and they're not waiting for the city, they're just doing it. And there's fare box revenue is another option. And then the state has 3 different kinds of funding sources, and then the Federal Transit Administration has New Starts, Very Small Starts, and TIGER, which stands for Transportation Investment Generating Economic Recovery, which is what especially part of this area really needs. And I think there still are earmarks. So discussion questions, and I'm going to read them all off, then y'all can just talk. What trips do people make or want to make? What issues are there? What ideas or desires are there? What will be needed for planned development? What could people give up in terms of parking or travel lanes? How would people be willing to fund transit? And what issues did I not think to ask about? So that's all I have to say, and I'm really interested to hear what you have to say. Any questions first?
Did maybe I missed this, but is the study? Did this study start with certain goals, or is the study itself trying to identify certain goals?
I'll answer that with 2 things. One is it evolved from somebody falling in love with streetcars and bringing it back to the council and commission, and the council and staff saying, well, you can't just go out and build a streetcar. You have to do a feasibility study and figure out what mode really works. So that was the reason for it. What the grant application said was, we're going to look at how we can improve transit here. And so the goal is really to define a project. I think our primary goal is to define something that could be built.
What's this?
But we also want to address the short and medium term goals.
So I guess I'm just trying to understand. So that thing that might be built, the goal of it would be to get people to transit, get transit to people.
Oh, okay.
Move people through the plan area, move people to and from the plan area, that kind of thing.
Someone we talked to used the word comb, because we're trying to connect the West Oakland, Emeryville, West Berkeley area within itself, which is mostly north-south, and connect it better to mostly BART, but also AC Transit's regional lines and Amtrak Capital Corridor. So there's 2 goals.
Okay, thanks.
And they're not one line that can do all that, I don't think, somehow.
Well, and Diane, if I could jump in, it's also, we're not looking to identify one particular vehicle or mode. We're looking at what would best serve to accomplish the needs of connecting West Oakland, Emeryville, and West Berkeley to each other and to transit choices. Okay. So it's kind of a broad-based study. It kind of started as one thing and it kind of grew into something more broad-based. How do we really make this better all around? So,
You stated it better than I could.
Think of the whole, the little parts without the whole,
Right.
how it connects to the Capital Corridor, to the San Francisco, to all those things.
exactly.
So a transit system really is composed of several parts, of several different kinds of things.
When I mean, I've heard a lot of it, and I mean, regarding routing the Emeryville round to West Oakland, or whether that's feasible or makes sense. Have there been studies as to how many people live east of the hills that work in Emeryville? Because I think that's probably the argument on the opposite end.
We do know where people live who work in Emeryville, and they live everywhere. Some of them live really far away.
Mm-hmm.
So getting them here mostly means what the Emeryville round does, which is connecting them to BART.
Are there any sort of overarching patterns in those where people live? I mean, do are there any clusters? Do more people live in this side of the hills versus the other, I don't.
When we were working on the sustainable transportation plan, I took this data and I sort of made threshold cutoffs by people that are within the AC Transit service area, people that are within the Capital Corridor service area, people that are within driving distance, people that have to fly. They're from everywhere, and some of them are very far. But there are a lot of them that are within the AC Transit service area. I don't know if that answers. There's not. I didn't see any clusters.
Majority? Is it?
That's one of the issues about the connection to the West Oakland BART station, which I think, a lot of people want that connection.
Yeah.
But if you look at the patterns, commute patterns of both Emeryville residents going to work elsewhere and people from elsewhere coming to work in Emeryville, I don't believe the majority are coming from or going to San Francisco. The majority are coming from east, north, and south, East Bay, or beyond. So West Oakland BART certainly would provide a better connection to San Francisco, but it doesn't necessarily serve the majority of the folks who are coming and going to Emeryville.
In commuters.
Hmm?
Right. It wouldn't serve a lot more in commuters, proportionally speaking.
Well, there are a lot of students that live in Watergate, where I live, who go to Berkeley, and they use the Emery-Go-Round and BART.
Right.
And I volunteer in Berkeley one day a week, and I do the same thing.
I think the reason the Emery-Go-Round decided to connect to the MacArthur station is that even though it's a little bit longer to get to San Francisco, if you're only going to connect to one BART station, they were trying to pick the kind of the main one, the one that connects to all the different BART lines.
Well, the other thing, Scott, is the buses from Kaiser and Alda Bates and the different Kaiser, they all come there. So you can take the Emery-Go-Round up there and then take another
And then take the
shuttle.
Kaiser bus.
And I think that's a big thing.
I think. I don't know for sure, but it does strike me that MacArthur BART is more transit-rich than West Oakland BART.
Ideally, we'd have connections to multiple BART stations to serve lots of needs.
Yeah, I happened to attend all three of the community meetings on the EBOT study in Oakland, here, and in Berkeley, and most people wanting the connection to West Oakland, and the people that came to the city council meeting the last time are people that work in San Francisco, and it's a direct connection, one stop, bam, you're downtown. So that's mainly the thing. And when I first moved here, Pacific Park Plaza had a bus that they hired and paid to take people to San Francisco directly. But the ridership fell off of that, and they couldn't sustain itself anymore. So I think this is still a thing we're at play with is, can we actually get the ridership to do that? And I think what this whole study is trying to do is, along with Emeryville, would we pick up people eventually in West Oakland? Right now, West Oakland is not rich along the Mandela Parkway with residents, but they're hoping eventually it will become that way, and so we can pick up people from Emeryville and West Oakland to the West Oakland BART station.
So the original plan with Mandela Parkway was to put in
Big time.
high-rise buildings.
Lots of them.
The locals didn't want it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just say I for one would love an Emery-Go-Round, whatever this thing is, connection to West Oakland BART. It would not be a commute route for me, but it would be a really convenient transit connection to go to San Francisco and places across the bay.
This is just a should we just go down the line and rattle off thoughts, or is that what you're looking for, input from us?
We're looking for comments on these questions.
You want to start?
Well, I mean, one item that I know this is a lot about West Berkeley, Emeryville, West Oakland, but the one thing that I always find is lacking is a connection to downtown Berkeley, and it just seems like I always wonder why there isn't a line that runs up Stanford, Adeline, Shattuck.
The F bus, I've taken it.
Yeah.
The unknown F bus does that in a very circuitous way, and that's part of what we're hoping to do is kind of streamline that direction to do that.
Because I don't know that. I don't know it's not showing up here, and I don't know its frequency, but you know, when I want to get to downtown Berkeley, I pretty much drive because it's 5 minutes for me versus a half hour of getting on the Emery round, going to MacArthur BART and then taking MacArthur BART.
Well, there's signage, and the newest buses don't even have pull cords.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Crazy.
A lot of things going on. Yeah. He was saying a lot of the newer buses don't have pull cords, so people have to yell out their stops from the back of the bus.
Oh, yeah, it's a goofy system.
Yeah. So,
Two of the newer buses, the bus-looking buses, don't have those.
yeah,
You have
so
to yell
people
out.
all rush up to the front when it's their turn, when they need to get off, so they make sure the driver hears them.
And then they cut off Watergate condominiums.
Yeah, which is huge.
Without notice.
Mm-hmm. And then, I often find that the buses, the AC Transit buses are clean, but then their bus stops are dark, not well kept. The next bus information is often broken. So those who would maybe be comfortable using the buses are maybe not comfortable using the bus stations. Some comments.
Okay. All right, so let's see, you have yours labeled A through G. I had mine 1 through 7, so I'm all screwed up. So let me start with the first one. So the question was, what trips do the constituents make within or to from the area? Well, I think in general, I mean, we have so many centers that people come to, to arrive at, whether it's shopping or whether it's, whether it's entertainment or having access to our waterfronts. And I think what I found, or what I find lacking, or at least what I'm hearing, is that it's very difficult to get to the areas that you want to access, either for shopping or for retail. And I really find that having access to the waterfront is something that's very lacking in terms of getting there by public transit. And I think it's really important for, just for healthy living and for families and just in general to people who have pets, whatever, to be able to access the waterfronts. And I think that that's very difficult around here. So I just want to highlight that, because I know that based upon what I've read in the study and what's been said at the community meetings, that in general public transit is a challenge between the cities, between West Oakland, Emeryville, and Berkeley. As far as issues, I think the reliability has definitely been an issue, and then safety and just knowing, and that the service lines are somewhat limited. So I think there needs to be some improvements there in just having more bus lines, or maybe rerouting them so that they're more efficient. And we don't have just these empty buses that are kind of running up and down streets. You don't know where they're going or who are they serving. As far as improvements, I think, again, just having the more immediate improvements we can make are just having more efficient bus routing. And I guess I wasn't clear on why we couldn't, or why the study viewed having emissions-free buses as sort of a longer-term goal as opposed to a shorter-term goal. Cleaner buses, that is. I don't know if there was a specific reason for that, why that was categorized in the beyond the 3-year term. So that's something I'd be interested to know. I'm going to skip over E. I think people would be willing to give up parking for transit, so I didn't really have any comments there. I think the real big issue is the funding, and there's a lot of information in the documents that we received that referred to other studies and other articles, and there was just so much information, and I was really trying to make my way through all this information, and I was really focusing on, I think there was a link to an article that I found with regard to the Cleveland Healthline system, and it talked about, I think the article was called More Development for Your Transit Dollar, and it touched on a lot of things, but in terms of the funding, it really focused on, in order to improve transit, you also need to have support at the government and your local level. So it touched on many things, but I think for our discussion, I wanted to kind of raise some other issues about whether in Emeryville, what are we doing to support developments that could bring improvements to transit? So are we doing incentives for developers that would make transit improvements? Is that something that we should look at and maybe bring into policy or into our standard
Well, we are
conditions?
making people building apartment houses now become part of the group that supports Emeryville.
Right, so, but in terms of like, are the transit passes, is that something that, right now we have that kind of as, we're encouraging it, but should we look at making those sorts of measures
Well,
more of a...
we don't have
more
enough.
of a mandatory,
Take it
is
off
that
the
like
bonus
too
and make it
radical?
mandatory.
Right.
We don't have enough AC transit bus service to even use those things.
Well, it's sort of a chicken and egg thing.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
That's what the reverse has been happening over the years. The fares go up, less people use it, they cut back the service, less people use it, so the fares go up, so less people use it. And what we need to do is figure out ways to reverse that, and I didn't mean to interrupt you, sorry.
No, that's exactly what I wanted to open the discussion up for. I mean, I think that everything, we probably can agree on all the things that are mentioned in the study and in the community meetings, but I guess, what are we to do with that to take that a step further? So, so that goes to the bonus points. But yeah, I understand the chicken and the egg thing, but that doesn't mean that we can't collectively agree that it's a priority for our projects, and that's what we want to see when developers are bringing their projects to us, that they don't overlook that. So.
There was mention of somewhere in the report about AC Transit guidelines being a part of project design review.
AC Transit has a book out, which I have in my office, called Design with Transit, something like that. And it's about, I've used it actually to think about how a bus stop fits in front of a project. Of course, then they moved the bus stop. But mostly they want to make, this was Greg Harper, who was on the AC Transit Board, and he said people wanted the F-bus to stop on Powell Street, and you had a project on Powell Street, and you didn't make them have a bus pull-out. So to just bear that in mind when we're looking at projects.
Well, since you brought that up, I just want, because it's the one note I wrote, and I'm hearing conflicting information now that they don't want to put a bus stop there because it doesn't have a pullout. I thought the idea is they didn't want pullouts because it was hard for the bus to get back into traffic. So what is the case now? Do we want pullouts or do we need them?
It sometimes depends on whether it's near side stop or far side stop, and that designing with transit really goes into a lot of detail about the lengths and the pullouts and the preferred places to put it on an intersection.
But I think, so what I heard from the conversation with Greg Harper is that we won't put them on Powell Street because we can't have pullouts. But it's like, well, then we can't design every route to have a pullout. We need the route on Powell Street. We need to make it work with or without a pullout.
And it's notable, there are some examples, like in Alameda on Webster Street and Park Street, where they've designed recent streetscape improvements with bus stops, with improvements where the bus stops in the travel lane specifically, and they've designed that into it.
The F-bus stops at Trader Joe's, and there's no pullout there.
Right.
And it stops at that stop across from...
I don't know that 90% of their buses have pullouts in any route.
Yeah.
So to use that as an excuse why we can't change a route or we can't put this here, I'm having a hard time with that.
Yeah, I mean,
And my
pullouts
thought
are
was they
kind of
didn't
a
want
new
pullouts
thing.
anyway because it made buses harder to get back into traffic.
We actually had Peer and Peers do a study about how to help the buses run better, and they suggested the idea of pullouts, but there's a real trade-off there. There are some streets that don't have much traffic. It's really easy to have pullouts, so okay, we can do that. They're not real needed there. There are some streets that have kind of a medium level of traffic, and if there's a place where you could take away parking or something, or the cars could somehow get around, you can have a pullout. And then there's streets that have a lot of traffic, like Powell Street, which leads to the freeway. And if you have a pullout, it will make a big difference in the traffic backup. Right. So I don't know if our city is to the point of being willing to put up with that, or even the county. because those streets are on county network. How about cold water?
Any more, Carrie?
I think you made really good points about the TMA practices, that we really emphasize those, and I think a lot of different jurisdictions are doing that, and the more that that's done, the more people will be inclined to use transit, and it's the, getting back, reversing that trend that's gone, what I think is the wrong way for a long time. There's a lot of, as far as I can tell, there really are big deficits in getting north-south, from here to 4th Street or to University Avenue or whatever. Just anything west of San Pablo is pretty poorly connected. Reliability, I think, is a huge issue, and also just frequency and the hours of operation. You take BART from San Francisco and come back at 11 o'clock at night, and you're going to walk a long way if you don't have cab fare. So expanding those are operational things that can be done, but I understand they all cost more, and so it's getting people to use it is really important. I think building things into the infrastructure as well, whether it's bus pullouts or just, more bus shelter, requiring somebody to put in a bus shelter. AC Transit won't put in bus shelters. They don't pay for them. The advertising companies will pay for them, or a developer. So there are things physically that we can ask for when a development is coming in and say, you have to put a bus shelter. You have to, maybe not a pullout, but at least you have to have some place where people can wait and where they know that the bus is going to come. Funding is a challenge. Everybody needs, that's a big one.
The Emery go-round came into existence as sort of a growth of environmental impact requirements for new developments in Emeryville. That they had to provide transportation. And it started on kind of a small scale, and it grew, and in the last 3 years, it's made an enormous jump in traffic, which then presents a lot of other problems for them in terms of revenue source, and some of the people that pay are on the board that runs the thing, and they're mostly office building owners and some difficult people that don't want to pay, and they sort of recently stopped, held back on the amount of increase in their tax, and that's caused a lot of problems.
What was the justification given for that?
Well, one guy Ken Bukowski represents him, and he owns some older buildings east of Hollis, in the high 60s, and they're have very few employees, and he's got parking for them. So why should he be paying these fees? This is the same group that fought undergrounding power because they didn't want to pay. So there's that element too that we're dealing with. That and they want everybody in Watergate to pay. Well, that would be I think an annual increase in their dues of $100 or something. Well, a lot of them don't use it, so they would probably vote it down. So there's all kinds of subtleties here that are hard to figure out.
Mm-hmm.
The government has to pay for it ultimately, and we're in a no tax mode right now.
Well, we all have to pay for it ultimately.
Yeah.
I'll start with funding. I think in general, transit agency funding is sort of screwed up. It was really interesting actually to go to one of the, I went to one of the workshops, and I had a lot of transit wonky people at my table, which was really interesting. One was a BART director, and he was saying, and there were other people that I don't know that worked for AC Transit or whatever, and he was saying that a lot of the property taxes that BART collects gets passed through to AC Transit and to one other agency, I forget what it is, but that was,
What's not costed, probably.
yeah, but that was in Bart's enabling legislation, like in the you know, when the legislature created the BART district, they did that on purpose, probably to win support. And that's just, you know, it's one, I mean, I'm glad AC Transit's getting the funds, but it's, you know, it's a pretty screwed up way to get it, if you ask me. So just, you know, things like that. I think just in general, we need to look at more stable, long-term funding sources for our transit. I mean, if we could get BART to, you know, stop funding suburban extensions and fund some urban extensions that, you know, might garner some additional ridership, I think that would be a win too. But anyway, I'm just going to make some comments about specific transit improvements that I would like to see. Like I said, I did go to the workshop, so I participated in sort of answering a lot of these questions already. I think for me, the number one improvement that AC Transit could make that would really speed up service immensely is an educational program that educated people to exit the rear doors of the buses. It's a huge problem. I mean, they could save up to 30 seconds a stop. And that would dramatically increase their things. And it's so funny to me because it happens anywhere else you go and ride the bus. It just happens that way.
Well, in San Francisco, you see them climbing in the back door and not paying.
Yeah.
Different issue.
So anyway, so that's my suggestion for that. The F line, I love the F line, but it is it's a little painfully slow going to Berkeley. It stops every 5 feet along Market Street. So I really actually want to keep it stopping at 40th and San Pablo. I think that's a really important transit hub. A lot of people use it there. There are other Transbay buses that stop there, but not with the frequency of the F. So I think you would really see Transbay boardings go down at that location if it no longer stopped there. But I do absolutely appreciate the desire to speed up the F and streamline it. I would like to see as a standard condition of approval, I think this goes a long way to getting more people on transit and thus improving service. I would love to see as a standard condition of approval for us and other cities in this, I think it might actually be for other cities in this study area, that projects of a certain size are required to use the AC Transit's Easy Pass program. I think it's an amazing program. You get passes at such a discount. It doesn't make sense not to for a lot of projects. I think the AC Transit rapid services are really important and really awesome. That's I have this threshold for riding the bus, and apparently it's the rapid bus. Because I love the 72R. I ride the 57 from time to time. I don't really like it. And I think the 57 is a route that's prime for a rapid service. It's a heavily used route. They use the reticulated buses, which just tells you how many people use it. So anyway, if AC Transit's listening, that's a good one. And so I'll finish my comments.
I think, didn't the 57 have a rapid line for a period of time?
Oh, I don't know.
I mean, I grew up riding the 57 as a kid, and I think they did for a while. Now they've gone back to the...
Is that a San Pablo bus?
No, this was one that was taking MacArthur all the way, basically all the way through Oakland.
Yeah, and actually later service, like later night service of the rapid buses would really help. Like I've gotten stuck places before because I took the 72R somewhere and I got too late, and it's going to take me twice as long to get home on the 72.
Yeah, I would agree with the later service. That's one of the main things. And I really, really like, Kyrie, your ideas about making the TMAs more mandatory as opposed to, I'd like to take them off the bonus system altogether if this is really important to us as a city, and it's that chicken and egg thing. We have to build it before it's going to happen. So
You mean TDMA or TDM?
Oh, I'm sorry, TMA. TDM. Thank you. And
well, what are so the TMA is the district that runs the Emeryville round, right? Is that?
I meant Transportation Demand.
The authority,
Okay, all right,
the agency.
Yeah.
I think it's called I think it stands for Transportation Management Association.
I'm having an 11:04 p.m. moment.
That's okay.
That being said, I am not a transit wonk, so I'm gonna move it right along to someone who probably has something to say something.
I really don't, and I could really move this along because, Diane, I don't know if you're seeing the same thing I am, but this is consistent with everything that's already been told to us in the workshops, in the surveys. At least it's running consistent, and I think this is something that we can run with. It's like these are, and we have the goals. These are the short-term things. What can we do to do this? And I haven't heard anything new here. I've heard a twist on it or some variations, but it's basically pretty much all the same thing, and I think we have the ball, and it's time to run with it. That's my comments.
Wow.
All right.
Okay. Have you gotten enough
No.
feedback from it? Let's see. Next thing on the agenda is commissioners' comments.
Oh, I do have one comment. I don't know if we talked about this already, but if we haven't, it's worth noting that the state legislature recently passed and the governor signed some CEQA legislation that changes how CEQA traffic analysis may work in urban environments. So it sort of it changes what it says is that I think the OPR, the Governor's Office of Planning and Research, will come up with an alternative metric to level of service for use in CEQA analysis in urban areas, which I think is a really exciting change, and it gives them a timeline to do that. And so, hopefully in the near future, we'll be seeing projects where we don't have to use LOS.
I think their timeline to come back to them is July. So they're supposed to have the alternative plan. That's good.
I'd be very interested to see what OPR comes up with. I
Yeah.
just want to note that our general plan says we don't use LOS unless we
Right.
have to.
Yeah. So in that being in the general plan, Charlie, does that mean someone can't sue the city to stop a project if we haven't used LOS?
No, I don't believe so. I mean, the state doesn't establish any threshold of significance related to LOS, and different cities have set different thresholds. In some cities, level of D is unacceptable, and in other cities, level of service E is acceptable. And so our threshold basically is we don't look at LOS. So I think that's defensible, should be, I hope.
I think some cities are more progressive than others in their transportation metrics. This is sort of one of my CEQA dreams for a long time, and I'm happy to see, this is one area where I'm happy to see the state forcing the hand of urban cities.
Any further comment?
Happy holidays.
Right, yes, happy holidays, everybody.
Happy holidays.